Wow.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the committee as a whole. I'd like to welcome Mayor Arlington Council, Administration, Mrs. Bylaws, and everybody that's watching today. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that Jasper National Park and the municipality of Jasper are on Treaty 6 and 8 territories, as well as Métis Region 4. This land is the traditional territory, meeting ground, gathering place, traveling route, and home to the Deneza, Nuaha, and Anishinaabe, Swiftnick, Stoney Nakoda, and Métis. Municipality of Jasper owns the land in these territories. To honor the relationship Indigenous people have with this land, remind us of our responsibilities and obligation to this place and to the Indigenous people, and to affirm our accountability to address the ongoing impacts of colonization that continue to affect Indigenous people. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 9:31. Today's agenda is on front of council. Is there any additions to the agenda? Councillor DeMona.
Well, with the support of council, I was thinking about deferring discussion on item 7.2 to a future committee of the whole, the appointment to UpLift Jasper. And, you know, I know that this committee would be a little different than others because there are some there would be a municipal asset involved, as well as, you know, artwork, which is an asset to the community. However, I don't know if we're set up for success right now with our current procedure bylaw, and I think that's still in review. And I would like to have a discussion, a more broader discussion on how we would approach committees and boards that come and approach council to have a council member appointed, just to make it equitable and fair for any group that comes up. Because I'd hate to say yes to this one, because I think that there would be some good support, but if other groups came forward, you know, and we might not have the same feeling and then decline it, we might be offending some or hurting some people's feelings in the community. And I don't know if we're set up to really weigh what would be appropriate to be. I'm not sure if we want to have that discussion right off the bat, but I thought it would be worthwhile.
Councillor Wilson.
I think it's in front of us today because they're going to have, you know, their inaugural meeting in the next couple of weeks. I think we suggested last week that it was not definite, it was not, you know, permanent, but why would we miss out on, you know, the early stages of this board and the meetings, and then, you know, maybe we do appoint somebody at our organizational meeting in November. We can have those conversations, but I would suggest that we at least have some representation on that committee in the early stages of that committee, so we're not gonna left behind.
So may I suggest that it stays on the agenda? We can have a short conversation. We can either declare it at the time.
Sure.
When the topic comes up, and for now we'll leave it on the agenda. So the rest of council will be okay with that.
Good call, Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeMona. Any other changes? Okay, then can I have somebody that will approve the agenda? Councillor Mill. Sorry, Mr. Gibbon. Go ahead.
That's okay. Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Keller, MP. Administration would like to add one towards the end of the agenda would be fine. Activity Center renovation update. Just a verbal update on work that'll be happening over the next little while to ensure that council and the community are informed.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. We'll make that 7.6. And Councillor Melanick raised his hand to approve the agenda. All in favor? Okay, carried. June 27 Committee of the Whole meeting minutes were approved on July 4th. Is there any business arising from those minutes? Seeing as not, continue. And 5, we have a delegation today. I'd like to welcome Mrs. Pavlov, and I'll turn the floor over to you.
Good morning. Good morning, Deputy Mayor and Council. The delegation is small but enthusiastic this morning. We wanted to take an opportunity on behalf of the Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce as the lead organization for the RCMP musical ride return to Jasper. I don't think it's lost on anybody that it didn't go exactly as was planned. I can tell you, however, that we were ready to go and we were more than excited to welcome the musical ride back to Jasper. And Mother Nature had different plans. And so how it rolled out was as follows. They did arrive as scheduled. They were greeted with a beautifully turned out stable. Thank you so much. And I'll be reading some names here for the record that I really want to stress from the municipal staff and the assistance that we received. But the horses were fine, the members were fine, everybody was set to roll. And then of course we all opened our blinds on Monday morning, the 19th, to several inches of snow. The RCMP motto is always we ride no matter what, unless it is thunder, lightning, and now in this case, add snow to the list of parameters. They would have performed without a doubt. There was a lot of contemplation that went into the proceedings going ahead for the morning performance and then again for the afternoon. The morning performance, at that point, we had gathered enough shovels that the members themselves were going to go out and shovel the venue area, so the performance area in Centennial Park. As they went out to have a look at the feasibility, wasn't the labor that was the issue. It was that it was heavy, wet snow, which was clumping. And even though the horses have studs in their horseshoes, they are not safe in that type of an environment. Snow can get caught up underneath, and then you have buildup, and then you have a horse going down. So it was decided that the morning performance would be canceled with the anticipation that the weather would assist and we would be in a better position for the afternoon. The much anticipated Stoney Nakoda welcoming dignitaries in our community with a pipe ceremony was also moved as a result of the weather. And thank you to Parks Canada allowing it to go forward in their boardroom. As a part of making do, the members suited up in their regular working uniforms and did a ride about town. And we know that that was hugely popular. People were coming out of the businesses that they were in, the coffee shops, the restaurants. It mattered not where they were. If they were inside, they came outside in the driving rain, took a lot of photos and cheered them on. And for that, we are appreciative because that is definitely not something that would normally occur. The decision was made very late. We tried to hold off as long as possible to cancel the afternoon performance. And that's where the magic kind of started. Yes, we did not get the performance that we were advertising, but we did get 32 members on horseback in red serge in the driving rain who rode over and did a special salute to our seniors. So for those of you who may have seen that, it was an incredible thing. For those who did not, if you can picture the entire troop lined up facing the Alpine Summit Seniors Lodge, and every senior in the residence who was not able to come outside, but was able to view, had their faces up against the glass. It looked to me like, having taught kindergarten, it looks like kindergarten and the enthusiasm that children have when they are so excited. That was probably one of the most special moments that this community was able to experience. If this event was always expected to be a celebration of our community, of the spirit of our community and the resiliency of our community, that lineup, the enthusiasm of the seniors, the students coming over from the schools, and certainly many, many local residents coming out in the pouring rain to witness this. And it was extremely, extremely special to me personally, and I think to many of our seniors. Following that, the stables were open from 9 to 9 on the Monday. They were open in the evening of Sunday, the 18th, and they were briefly open the morning of the 20th as they were getting ready to depart and go on to their next venue. We did carry on with our planned dinner barbecue that turned out to be an indoor party because, of course, you know, the rain did not stop. And we were able to host all of the members and their senior staff, as well as many of our volunteers. And that was all done courtesy of the Legion. And for that, we are also most appreciative. I think what needs to be said here is that the members are not obligated to go to these types of events that are planned by the host committees. They are on a system where if they choose to make a reservation at a restaurant, they can go. And I will say to you that not a single one of them went to any of the previous planned arrangements that they had made. They all came to the Legion, senior officers, volunteers, Legion staff. It was an incredible, incredible evening. And it was said to me by their senior officer that it was the break that they needed. They've been on the road for several weeks and they needed time to just be themselves, and that they did. We have some videos, and it was a spectacular evening. So another very special moment that was not likely to have occurred if the other circumstances had not been what they were. I can even say that there is video that I will not post online, but I have video of Mr. Bob Barker yodeling at one point. And anybody who knows Bob for any length of time knows that Bob is quite a success when it comes to yodeling. So on to the more administrative part of it. Having set that scene that it was not what we anticipated, but it was so many wonderful things in so many different ways. We still call it a success. I went to bed that night feeling like, okay, you know, didn't get what we thought, but we sure got a lot of other things that most communities would never have had the opportunity. So carrying on now, my first and foremost thank you to the municipality of Jasper, whose generous assistance with human resources, equipment resources would have made. Without it, it would not have happened. The logistics that were involved, particularly with the setup of the stable being the primary one, there's just a few names that I will read and I can submit them for the record afterwards. But I'd really like to make sure that we mention some outstanding work and dedication, commitment, not just to the event, but certainly showing dedication as municipal staff. Karen Kovich, Peter Bridge, Greg Ellen, Laurent Bolduc, John Greathead, Christopher Reed, Nicholas Bazin, Paul Firth, Brian Hebert, and Alicia Muller. And there are others that I'm sure I have not listed because we had so many volunteers on the roll whose time was never used because of the weather and because of some of the efficiency when it came to putting the stable together. That largely is due to Karen Kovich's actual hands-on effort. I can also tell you that we will be providing to council, for the record, financial statement. I can tell you for the moment we are still awaiting a couple of invoices, and we are also waiting a couple of checks. I can tell you it is successful. We had targeted $20,000 to have ourselves some cushion for things to go wrong, and we raised $19,023. So we were a little shy of our 20, but we are still, after being all of our bills being accounted for at this point, we are still able to give the windfall that we had promised to the Legion, approximately $1,500. It could go as high as $1,750. So we're so very, very pleased to be able to do that. Thursday's edition of the Fitzhugh will have a full page ad thanking everybody that volunteered, our corporate supporters, our partners in the community who gave of their time, and certainly the volunteers who came from everywhere, even municipal staff not on duty, Friends of Jasper National Park volunteers, so many people came forward to help. And we would, again, never have been able to pull it off without them. So just in closing, unfortunately, Sergeant Padesi could not be here this morning, but I will say on behalf of the RCMP that they appreciated the support that was demonstrated by the community in welcoming the RCMP. For those who may not have noticed, the commanding officer for K Division, the province of Alberta, was in attendance. He attended the pipe ceremony and was certainly prepared to speak at the opening performance. But again, so many things did not go as planned. And so again, my most special thanks to the municipality of Jasper. We could not have made this happen in any way, shape, or form without the human and equipment resources that were so generously provided. And certainly the ability to have the event, the approval of Mayor, Council to proceed. I can tell you that the senior officers and headquarters in Ottawa have indicated very strongly that they would like to come back and do a repeat in 2025. And our wrap-up committee had a conversation regarding moving forward with submitting an application at this time, simply to get it in the books. We've been assured by Ottawa that it would be 99% going forward because we did not get what they had planned for us. And so 2025, it's a little bit down the road, but knowing what we know now and knowing what it takes to make it happen, we are confident that we could certainly make it happen properly the next go round. And I'm open for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mrs. Pavlov. I'd just like to thank you, Sergeant Padesi, and the organizing committee, all our staff and all the volunteers. I did attend for the seniors salute, and I have to say it was wonderful. Council, Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just want to take the opportunity, Patty, to comment on a couple of things that you said, but to really congratulate you and the Chamber of Commerce. You were thrown a curve at the last moment. The RCMP responded very well, but so did all of the volunteers. It was a fluid situation. Everybody did their best, and really it was a great credit to the RCMP and to the community, the way you dealt with those unexpected events. A couple of things I want to make note of. Firstly, the use of the arena was spectacular. I will say that I was one that had some skepticism. Even when we approved the plan, I wasn't quite sure how it would roll out. I visited there just prior to the afternoon ride, and the troop was all in their red surge and getting the horses ready, and there were lots of community members there. It was quite spectacular. I hope there were lots of photos taken, because I think that can be used by the RCMP for other communities to say how an arena can be configured to stable their horses. It was a great opportunity for residents. The community spirit shown at the afternoon performance, as you indicated, in front of the Seniors Lodge, was really quite spectacular. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, I really think a lot of credit is due to the Bighorn Stoney Nation. The way the pipe ceremony eventually rolled out was really rewarding. I was able to attend, as was Sergeant Padesi, and some guy in red surge named Steve Pavlov that you might know. There were the commanding officer of K Division and representatives of the ride itself. And the fact that in today's atmosphere, dealing with all the issues of colonialism, as we recognize in our land acknowledgement, and the RCMP having been an instrument of a colonial government, the outreach by the Bighorn Stoney to invite the RCMP to a pipe ceremony, and the willingness of the RCMP to be part of that, was really a great opportunity to work toward reconciliation in our community. And I so much appreciated that opportunity. And so I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you for organizing that, and thank the Bighorn Stoney Nation for allowing that to occur in our community. It was spectacular. So thanks again for all of it.
Councillor, Connaught?
I have to say, when I opened up my window that morning, you and Steve were the first people that popped in my head. And I was, my heart really sunk for you at that moment. I was like, okay, I hope they could pull something off. And they did. And I thought it was spectacular. It was great. I got to the seniors lodge as everything was starting up there. And I was quite impressed with the red surge parade through town. Again, after I felt like it again. Initially, I was supposed to be out of town. I was sad that I was going to miss this event. I was happy to be able to see that part of it, at least anyway. So I was going to ask if there is a rain check. I'm glad there is one, and I'm looking forward to 2025, and I hope to be there. Thank you.
Councillor,
Thank you. I also wanted to express appreciation and to say that I had the opportunity to be at Alpine Summit to witness that, and it was a beautiful moment for sure. But I was also struck by the grace and graceful behavior of the riders and their ability to communicate and respectfully and kindly to the children and the seniors who wanted to get closer to the horses, and they took the balance between protecting the horse as well as inviting the interest. So it really made an impression on me, and I wanted to say that in the public venue.
thank you, Mrs. Pavlov. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for the great report. We have no correspondence today, so we'll move on to new business. Community conversation interim report. So I believe I will hand this over to Mrs. Ruda. Sorry, Councillor Melnick.
Just a matter of formality. We should receive the report. As I so move that we receive the report from Ms. Pavlov for information and with gratitude, and certainly I reflect the same comments that were made by other councillors.
Thank you for that, Councillor Melnick. All in favor? Carried. And now.
Might not be lunch
Welcome,
here
Mrs.
after.
Riddell.
Might not need lunch here after.
Oh dear. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keller MP and all of council. I'm here this morning to give you a little interim report on the community conversations and ultimately the implementation of policy A105. So the report you have in front of you is a report reflecting the last 6 months, January to June of 2023. So it's our second year implementing the community conversations policy since it was first adopted in September of 2021. And at the end of the first year, at the end of 2022, council received a year-end report. And then in February 2023, a revised policy A105 was adopted by council, directing administration to just narrow the scope to remove the conversations on environmental responsibility, recreation, as well as arts and culture. So what you're seeing here is a report on the first 6 months of 2023. I focused in on the narrowed scope, so I did not include a lot of information on those 3 that were removed. And I did note that the attendance was quite low in January and February at those 3, and that all the participants were invited to participate in the life stage conversations in lieu of the other ones. So from January to June 2023, there was 19 life stage focused community conversations. In February, the early childhood and the school age decided to combine. They wanted to give that a try because they felt like a lot of the same people were at the 2 separate ones, and that seems to be going really well, but that explains kind of the strange number there of 19. So instead of 2 conversations per month, they just take part in one that's just a little bit longer. The breakdown in attendance, I did include the 2022 numbers for comparison, just thinking council might be interested in seeing what the difference is when we narrowed the focus to just life stage. As you can see, there was a slight decrease with the adults conversation, January to March totals from 39 to 26, and then from 33 to 30. And the other 2, the seniors, and then the combined early child and school age, both, there was an increase in both. So overall, the attendance in the life stage conversations remains quite high, and there does seem to be some receptivity of the folks that were attending the other ones to simply switch gears and join the life stage ones. So the community conversations, I think everyone here has attended, but if anyone is listening in, it really is about identifying the changing needs of our residents and making sure that our services and initiatives that we coordinate are fine-tuned to the people we serve. So we get together, we talk about what's going on for all life stages, all age groups in Jasper, and then we talk about opportunities to collaborate and take action in response to those needs. So you'll notice this report is a little shorter than the previous reports that I've brought forward, and that's simply in the hopes that we can better sort of summarize at a high level what we're seeing at community conversations. And so we took all the notes from all the conversations over 6 months and tried to group some of the trends that we were seeing. And most of the trends that we could see that were raised at community conversations could be grouped into these areas that you see here. So challenges with internet and technology, definitely still seeing financial stress affecting residents and also businesses. Diversity and inclusion and connection, just the desire for in-person programming, events, community initiatives that spur connection, especially those themed around diversity and inclusion, are more popular than ever. The need for crisis response services is high and remains high. Access to transportation continues to be a challenge. More complex kind of mental health situations that we're seeing, and some trends in the community that are really contributing to just more prolonged kind of mental health situations. And then the challenge of finding, accessible, affordable housing. So each of those has a little summary of kind of what we heard over the last 6 months. And you'll notice that for some, administration has already returned to council, for example, with the crisis response, with a more detailed report on that. So I think it is actually pretty in line with what several things council's been working on. So whenever things come up at community conversations, municipal staff do take action when it's within their capacity, their existing scope, authority, or budget. And I just highlighted a couple examples. Of course, there's many more, but we reorganized the doing business section of our website, added a business continuity guidebook and workbook in an effort to support local businesses in planning for unexpected interruptions to their operations. We did do that in-depth look at our crisis response capacity and the needs we're seeing in the community. And of course, there's many more. Council granted free passes for seniors to the Fitness and Aquatic Center. The letter of council put forward to Alberta municipalities to advocate for vulnerable tenants. There's a lot more that's happened as a result of discussions that first started at community conversations. And then other organizations that participate, they also tend to put forward some really great initiatives. So the Tween Takeover program at the library, super popular. Their attendance is off the charts. And that really first started with the discussion at community conversations. The other one to note is the Seniors Resume Bank that's now offered through the Employment and Education Center. That was first a discussion at community conversations about employers looking for part-time workers, and then local seniors wanting to kind of get back into the workforce in a part-time job, and just trying to connect those two. So some really neat initiatives. This is the interim report, and so We haven't yet done our year-end outcome measurement, which would be the survey. So you'll see the results from that in December at the final report for 2023. But anecdotally, people seem to be enjoying the combined early childhood and school age community conversation. And the focus just on life stages does seem to be bringing out discussions around all different topic areas. I'm available to answer any questions you might have. I think that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Riddell. Council, any questions? Councillor Waxer.
Thank you for the comprehensive report. I wondered if through community development, there's been any movement or interest expressed by the government of Alberta to reinstate the parent link type of program that was removed in 2019. Because reading between the lines, looking at the fact that people are looking for more opportunities for connection. I have heard in the community the expression of sadness that type of activity isn't available for people with new babies.
Thanks for the question, Deputy Mayor Keller MP through to Councillor Waxer. In terms of whether I've heard interest from the Alberta government, I have not. However, a community conversations member who is also a new business owner actually just sent a little update to everyone. I think it was just last month on their new business opening in town. It's called the Cubs Play Cafe, that specifically is out of, I think what we've heard about that, a little bit of a gap for new families. And so they've already reached out. There was an update to community conversations from them last month, and they've already reached out about working with us at Community Outreach to remove any barriers for more vulnerable families to be able to connect in that space. So not like a government funded parent link type of thing, but I think the community's getting creative to try and meet what we all know is a need.
Thank you, Mr. Riddell. Councillor Demoda.
Well, you know what? I'd like to commend council for finally getting a policy set up and promising some commitment from councillors to these meetings, and I think they're really healthy for the community. And although those numbers might not seem high for like normal gatherings, for committee attendance, I think that those are pretty high overall from my experience, and I like to see that in the input, the communication, the guest speakers that come in to provide information on whatever their agency's doing or their businesses, I think are really helpful. I'm mainly speaking from the adults community conversation. I found it really healthy to be part of that, and I'm quite grateful that we have this opportunity to engage and hear what members of the community are saying, and also get other information from other entities within the community on their concerns, and it's really rewarding. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demoda. I just also want to comment that I really enjoy how early childhood and childhood ages have come together, because I was attending the early childhood classroom, all was attending the other, and now that they're together, I do find that the conversation is very robust, and there's great interest, and the numbers really grew, and I thank you, Mrs. Riddell, for that. It still concerns me, like when I go to those meetings and the financial stress on the young families that seem to still be high, even though we're in summer now and we're still like the food bank is full again, people still going there. So I guess we still have a lot of work to do in our community, but hear firsthand like what these families are going through, and it is quite concerning. Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keller MP. I would like to have some a little bit more explanation on the broad topic on transportation, and maybe refer to more specific comments regarding the options for transportation in town, and the comments concerning seasonal staff connecting with programs within the park itself, and just how broad that is, and how specific those references are to the transportation. We are going to be talking about transportation later in the meeting, so having an understanding from the various groups and their comments in the community conversations might help us in a conversation to be had later this morning.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keller MP through to Councillor Melnick. The transportation discussion, as you pointed out, has been pretty varied. The things that I can recall that have been touched on is the need for transportation in town. So sometimes there's a barrier for folks coming to town. When they see Jasper, they don't see that they need a car to just get by here. So they can get a job and they can live here without a car. And so then they think, okay, this will work. But then it's difficult to actually get to locations outside of town. So that can become something that we see and something that's been discussed. The other piece that I realize I didn't necessarily go into in detail here is the need for transportation out of Jasper, specifically around like medical issues and complexities that involve a bigger center. So that's the other piece we do see needing to, assist people in getting to Edmonton for appointments or getting to, and the Sundog option is extremely valuable in our community, but that's the other piece we kind of see. The administration is doing some work right now around looking at the feasibility of an active transportation or kind of an on-street bicycle network, and council is going to be seeing that coming soon, the results of that feasibility study. And I can't speak to the other transportation pieces Mr. Given might be able to, but I think in the community conversations, it's really been around that. So a lot of seasonal staff, and then needing for more complex, or transportation needed for more complex needs, specifically around medical.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I also just wanted to ask a quick question regarding the crisis response and the comment about that it still remains high. Are we well resourced to be able to handle the volume right now?
Thank you for the question. The crisis response situation remains similar to the last report that came to council, where we did do an analysis of our crisis response resources compared to the needs that we're seeing. So while we are resourced through community outreach services to respond to non-crime related trauma, as you'll recall, the crime-related trauma can be serviced through victim services. The needs do seem to be exceeding our current crisis response level. So we do have some level of resources available, and the needs are just a little higher. And so we will be bringing, per the motion passed by council at that report, we will be bringing to the 2024 budget discussion what that would look like to meet those needs. Yeah, the needs for crisis response remain high.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick.
Thank you.
Any other members of council? Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keller MP, and through you to Ms. Riddell. I appreciate the report, and I appreciate where we are trying to get with the notion of community conversations. The numbers still cause me some concern. And I'm just wondering whether there has been consideration given to other ways that we can draw in more community members. So when I look at the early childhood and school age one for April to June, 16 staff attended and only 11 members of the public. So they are community conversations in the sense that they're open to the community. But one of the reasons that we were convinced to move to the community conversation model was so that we didn't have sort of the same 10 people that we would have appointed to a committee and not a broader base. And yet it's challenging to draw the public in, and there's going to be all sorts of reasons for that. The timing of meetings and maybe transportation issues as well. I mean, I appreciate there is all of that, but I'm wondering whether you've had an opportunity or could take an opportunity to sit with your colleagues and see whether there might be other avenues to draw more people in so we get a broader perspective. Otherwise, my concern is that just as we found with the former committee structure, it becomes a bit of an echo chamber. You hear the same thing from the same people all the time, and you believe that that is the only issue in the community. But the question is, what are we missing? And we're missing people, is what we're missing. And people have all sorts of perspectives that we would like to know about. That's the beauty of the community conversation model. So anyway, I don't challenge you now to give me an answer, but I would just invite you to consider how we might broaden the scope and get more people engaged. And maybe it's just a matter of advertising that this opportunity is available, that maybe that people are not totally aware of how they can engage with the municipality to at least voice their concerns, and then we will see whether we can address them. I did have one question, however, and Mr. Reid, of course, is not here to address it, and it's his wording. And I look forward to his healthy return, and we'll get back into this. But where does jurisdiction fit within scope, authority, capacity, and budget? So another of my concerns is service creep, and the more we venture into jurisdictional issues which belong to the province, the more the province will continue to download, offload, or simply ignore their own responsibilities. And so on that question of jurisdiction, where is that considered? Say for mental health as an example, and yes, I see Mr. Gibbons, so he can jump in and answer, but I'll get the question out. But just on things that are not typically a municipal jurisdiction, where do we draw lines, or do we draw lines? Is it just within that aspect of scope, or is it authority? Is that authority from council? Is it jurisdictional authority? I'm just curious as to how we protect ourselves from service creep.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Keller, MP. So, Your Worship, the conversation around the municipality adjusting our services in response to trends is really just that, an adjustment to existing services and tweaks. I'd put them in the nature of tweaks. If there's something that we're already doing that could be better or better targeted to serve emerging trends or needs in the community, then we'll adjust. That's really what that line is about. It sounds pretty fancy when we say scope, authority, and budget, but it says if we hear something where we could be doing better to meet community needs, we'll do that. I think your bigger question around jurisdiction is a reasonable one. I'd be curious about specifics, areas. You mentioned mental health, or if there's a particular program or service that we're delivering that you think is outside of our jurisdiction. But the longstanding FCSS program is I think it's been around since the 50s. and has allowed municipalities across the province to provide a pretty broad range of social services. And different communities will use those differently. But mental health is often an aspect of that. Certainly the municipality doesn't provide direct psychological therapy or counseling, but we do recognize that a part of community health is mental health and wellness, and that there is an express need from the community in that. And so we're using resources that are available to us to deliver services that are within our jurisdiction. We certainly aren't taking over healthcare related services. But if that's an area of concern or an area of interest to council, maybe it's something that we could bring back at some future time, a bit of an overview of exactly what COS is delivering and how it is related or interconnects with provincially mandated or provincially delivered services. Because from my perspective, I don't believe that we are intruding or allowing the province to get off the hook for something they should be doing. But it's a reasonable question to be able to say we at council would like to understand better what services the municipality is delivering, and just have that sense of comfort that we're not substituting on behalf of the province. My belief, and Mr. Dell can maybe speak to it a bit more, is that we're not doing that. But certainly administration would be prepared to come back with an overview of mental health services, or if there's any other specific stream of service that council has an interest in, we could come back and let you know how what we do connects with or integrates with what the province does.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon.
Thank you for that. My question really is to ascertain where that important lens is applied. So there ought to be, in my view, a lens or a filter applied somewhere to ensure that whatever service it is that we're delivering or enhancing is one that is within our jurisdiction. And so my question really is, where does that lens get applied? I'm going to assume that it might be under scope, but it might be under authority. And I just want some comfort that it is in fact being applied.
Yeah, certainly Deputy Mayor Keller, MP for Mayor Ireland, absolutely, it would be under that authority. If it is outside of our, have no authority to deliver a service. So those two, I think, go hand in hand. And administration would be happy to present an overview to council, and that's something I think maybe we can take away to think about how we could give a bit more a clear view into the programs and services that we're delivering and how they connect to other agencies or other jurisdictions. But I certainly don't believe that we're going outside our jurisdiction because we're regularly asking, do we have the authority to deliver this service?
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Councillor. Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keller, MP. Just an observation or maybe a little clarity. The commentary about housing still being a challenge. We did see the number of individuals who had taken the advantage of renting long-term accommodation for the Kinder Morgan project, who have now left town. That really hasn't alleviated things by comparison to these conversations a year ago. I'm just trying to get a feel for how that completion of the project through our region may have positively impacted the housing. But if you're not hearing that in community conversations, it is certainly a heightened concern.
Thanks for the comment, Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Melnick. That isn't something that has come up from January to June. Kinder Morgan is not participating in community conversations though, so I wonder if that could be some, a group that we invite. What we're hearing around housing most recently are, and I pulled up a couple of these thinking it might come up, the trend of, so a lot of the Ukrainian nationals that moved to Jasper had a year of free housing, which then all came to an end at the same time. And a lot of folks are now coming over as well from the Ukraine that were there, that were staying in the Ukraine, and now they're coming to Jasper. And so there's things like that that are impacting the housing trend. As well, it's also being affected by the unpredictable rent increases that we are seeing. So it does seem like some of those other pieces would be affecting housing as well. And it would be really interesting to hear from some of those workers or from, you know, some other groups that are not at community conversations now. But some of the stuff that has come up has been around that vein. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keller MP. I may have framed the conversation and you may have misinterpreted, but yeah, I think you provided some answers, because your reference to the accommodation a year ago that was being extended to our Ukrainian refugees and now families coming over, that's adding to a demand for housing, and the fact that some of the Kinder Morgan employees have now finished their contract and have moved on, that housing, it sounds like, is being quickly absorbed by other demands. So we really haven't gained anything, is I guess where I'm going with the conversation, that housing overall, the need is still there as much as it ever was.
Any other questions for Ms. Riddell or Mr. Eden? If not, would the council like to make a motion to receive the interim report? After that. Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Mrs. Riddell. Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. 7.2, appointment to UpLift Jasper Musical Festival Advisory Board.
I am not sure that there is any financial implication, but it's possible that there could be. And I have up till now declared a conflict of interest because I have a family member involved in UpLift Jasper Mural Festival. So I will declare that conflict and leave you until somebody lets me know that this discussion is over and we return to the next agenda item.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. At last week's council meeting, we brought this issue forward today, and I believe administration wants to come back with a recommendation to council. So is it you, Mr. Dunn, that will be speaking to this?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keller MP. It was a bit of a team effort in Director Ree's absence, so I worked with CAO Given on this item, and I'm happy to speak to it. As presented in the report, administration's recommendation is that committee recommend council appoint councillor or deputy mayor with the blank to be filled to the UpLift Jasper Mural Festival Advisory Board. And essentially administration's recommendation here is that it should be an elected official who takes on that position and not a staff member. And I think that was, so that's the nature of our recommendation. And that is to recognize that the input that will be required to be provided in that role is quite subjective and relates to art and these types of items. And therefore a councillor being an elected representative of the community is in a better position to provide that sort of input. We've pulled from the presentation from UpLift what the requirement, the time commitment would be for this appointment. So councillors can consider whether they're available for that type of commitment. So 6 meetings per year, more heavily weighted towards the ramp up of the festival, and high level decisions on strategies and plans. Being asked for advice is the nature of the input that would be requested. And we also just noted that there is a request for funding in the amount of $25,000 for 2024, but that has been referred to the 2024 budget discussions by council last week. So the appointment of a committee member is really the nature of the RFD before you today.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I apologize for my lateness today. Thank you for allowing me to slip in. I absolutely support this festival. I think it's a fantastic addition to our community. My concern is appointing a councillor before we've actually decided if we're funding them or not. Like, I wonder if we just need to wait on this until we have our budget discussions in the fall and decide if we're going to support the festival to the tune of $25,000. It just seems like we're doing something before. Like, it just feels like we're missing a step. That's just my concern. I'm not really sure how their councillors feel about it.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Councillor Demota.
Thank you, and I'm glad that you said that because council appointments do affect the budget and our personal budgets as well. If we're claiming per diems on that, so when we're factoring in new commitments, and if we have other, again, committees coming forward that want our representation. Councillor Hall wasn't here for the beginning of the agenda discussion, and I wanted to bring up whether we're procedurally good on that, going in the process right now of reviewing our procedure bylaw, and our organizational meeting is part of that. And I wanted to have this as part of the discussion, not UpLift in particular, but our committee commitments. Although some of this is covered in the policy on the agenda itself, that speaks to our relationships in the community. So I think there's a few layers to this, and I do support Councillor Hall's position and having some budgetary concern there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Councillor Wilson.
I don't think that appointing a council councillor to the board is going ahead of, we may or may not sponsor at $225,000. I don't think that hinges on the fact that we'll be invited to that board. I think they want our input, and I think this is the opportunity to be part of it. All of these decisions many of the decisions that this board will make will be before we've made any decisions on budget 2024. So if we want to be part of this board, if we want to take a larger role in it, we need to be participating now, not after we've approved budget in February or whatever it is, right? So like I said earlier, I think this is a short-term appointment. We can have further conversations at budget 2024, and we may or may not pull that appointee. I do understand Councillor Demota's suggestion that there may be small budget implications in regard, or 2023 budget implications regarding meeting per diems or whatever that is. But if it would sway council as a short-term solution to have somebody on there, I would volunteer not charge for those meetings. So I just don't want to miss out on the opportunity to participate in such a, what I feel is a great festival that's, adding some real value to our community.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson. Councillor Demota.
Oh, and I agree with all of that, and it does make sense, and I do want to support it. It's not the fact that I don't, and I think by policy, like if you're going to attend, you claim for it, and it's just we're just kind of bound by that, I think. But I know that those implications are minor. I'm just talking about, fairness and equity among all groups that come to council for requests like this. So, for example, for getting involved with other groups, we needed to have terms of reference. And I don't know if there's one here right now, if we've developed one, and maybe through you, Deputy Mayor Keller MP to administration, would there be a requirement, or is there a precedent or a standard that we have that would force other groups or anyone else, even within our own committee structure, if we were going to have a council committee and having an internal appointment that way, is there a required terms of reference? So I'm talking about, our regular procedure and policy. Thank you.
Mr. Given?
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Keller MP. I'm not aware of whether there is a council policy on appointments to external boards and committees, and certainly that Ms. Dawn may know, and she could speak to that. But there is no requirement from the municipality to demand that external groups have a terms of reference before council participation or appointment that I'm aware of. And I think council has full latitude. You probably get lots of requests, and we don't see a ton in my time here, a ton of formal ones like this, where a group is explicitly asking council to sit on a committee. We do have the policy F104, which does describe some of what an ongoing relationship would look like. We could check this against that policy and see if there's anything there that gives us some guidance on what should be happening. But I believe the council really has full latitude to think about your workload, to think about the demands in the community, and to decide whether this is a worthwhile use of council or a councillor's time to be on the organization. And there's a whole bunch of considerations that come into that. But I don't believe that there are any particular constraints. And it is a fair bit different from an internally struck committee, which we would have, the procedure bylaw would tell us what we need to do with internal committees, but we can't, external groups are not subject to our procedure bylaw.
Mr. Given, Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keller MP. I have a number of points, and probably the first one would be a bit of clarity would be with the policy on relationship with external groups. So we did fund the 2023 festival, which would have meant we would have had a formal document already. And I'd just like to confirm that that was done by administration in the same way that we have relationships with the museum board and the library board and Habitat for the Arts. And I wonder if I could get that confirmation. And I think that might be relating to the terms of reference that Councillor Demota is referring to.
Deputy Mayor, thanks. Deputy Mayor Keller MP. So unfortunately, this would have been in Mr. Reid's area. I know that he has been putting together F104 relationship agreements as items come up. And so I can't say with 100% certainty that I've seen it, but I know that he's been doing that with groups as they come up. I would make a distinction here that the level of detail on that would be reflective of the fact that it is a limited time event and there's a limited amount of financial support, which is quite a bit different from groups that have space and lease arrangements with the municipality by virtue of being in one of our buildings. So this was a pop-up event that happened across the community in some areas on private property. And the nature of that relationship agreement was really probably discussing what kind of gift in kind we would and wouldn't supply, what any financial commitments the municipality would be making, and sort of really limiting it to that, where with JAG or the library board, they're much more formal because there are contractual requirements around lease agreements, and in the case of the library board, provincial legislation and a formalized board and everything else. So a fair bit different. I believe Director Reid would have established a relationship agreement, which could have been as simple as an email describing roles and responsibilities of each party.
Thank you for that. Mr. Given, Councillor Melnick.
Thank you for that. But my understanding, and I may have the understanding wrong, that when we get the financial report over a certain dollar amount, over $2,000 for a one-off event, we do need a funding agreement. And I just want to make sure that as we go forward that that's according to the policy, that's part of our agreement with the organization.
Deputy Mayor Keller MP for Councillor Malik, yes, absolutely, it is. And again, other than without being Director Reid myself, but sitting very close to him when he's in the office, I know that he has been developing these kind of agreements regularly. And I believe that was the case with this group last year.
Go ahead.
Thank you for that. I appreciate the responses, Mr. Given. And further to speak to comments by Councillor Wilson, I would support an interim council appointment to get us through the period between now and the organizational meeting in October. And Councillor Wilson being willing to be able to sit on that, whether remuneration is paid or not, is not consequential. I think the fact that he's willing to sit on it, I would support. And then at the appropriate organizational meeting, we can address having a member on this advisory board. Being a member of an advisory board doesn't necessarily mean it's tied to funding. And if we're being asked that we need to evaluate that, and I guess that's best done at the organizational meeting. So with that comment, I'll relinquish back to yourself for other councillor comments.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick, and I would like to comment. I just want to say, you know, I'm appointed to the Alberta Rural Development Fund Board for Renovation, and I'm there in advisory capacity, and council gave that appointment because they felt that somebody from the municipality, from council, should be on that board. Also, we sit on the Jasper Partnership Board, and I know originally when the Jasper Partnership Board went on there, they developed the terms of reference when we first sat on there, as we did with this immigration board that I set up. So I'm in total support of us having somebody on this board. I don't think it has anything to do with budget or monetary. I think if they want it in an advisory capacity, I think it's worthwhile. It involves all our town. It involves the landscape of our town, the beautification of our town. And I think it's very important that we have a member of council there to be part of that and to be able to bring back to council what this group wants to do and get council input. And I think it's worthwhile. You know, we'll deal with the monetary value of it during budget time, and if we can't during budget time, it's still important to have a council member on there. And I don't think Councillor Wilson should have to do it without pay. I think if you're going to go to those meetings, it's important because you're taking time from your job to be part of this. And thank you for that. Councillor Wax.
I do support the concept of having someone, a councillor, sit on this committee, and I applaud the group, the two members for expanding the reach and the perspective of a broader community perspective. Because while the festival itself is a pop-up event, the legacy that is left by it is not pop-up. It endures and is something that all of us see on a daily basis. And so I think because of that, I think it's very important that we're actively involved.
Councillor Hall. Thank you, Deputy Mayor RCMP. I'm happy with this discussion. And again, I'm not opposed to this. I just wasn't sure if we were following the right steps. This might be really exciting for other groups as well. I'm thinking of Pride Society or the Folk Music Festival Society or the Food Bank Society. If this is an option to come to council and ask their council member to be appointed to a board, this is great news for many, many other groups in town.
Councillor Demona.
Jen, awesome segue, and I appreciate your comments, right, and everyone's comments. So I was going to lead in the next conversations that we have on the agenda items, stating that, like, I came in today with an approach to having an attitude of healthy skepticism. And because of the optics on this one, you know, everybody can agree that, you know, we had the mayor step out because of perceived conflict of interest. And if there are financial discussions, you know, I think that was the appropriate thing. So I think that with having that attitude of healthy skepticism, it draws out some critical information. And we got some really good information today from this discussion between us and getting some feedback from our CAO. So I'm comfortable I think it was appropriate to have a discussion and have it open and so that we have full transparency and there's not that perception of, you know, because there's a family member that this might be fast tracked, because I heard that comment and, you know, I just thought, well, let's just have that conversation out in the public. And I think we got the information we needed and I'm comfortable with going forward with this. So if anybody does want to volunteer officially, I'll support that and we can go ahead with the motion if somebody wants to bring that forward, because otherwise I would just say that we can defer it.
Thank you, Councillor Tomoda. Councillor Melnick, I believe you were in favor of making the motion.
I am. And I would recommend that committee recommend to council to appoint Councillor Wilson on an interim basis until the October organizational meeting to the UpLift Jasper Mural Festival Advisory Board.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Is there any discussion? Councillor Hall?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will support this motion. And again, I just want to reiterate that I think this is incredibly amazing that UpLift is paving the way for other community groups to come to council and ask for this exact same thing. But I do support this motion because I've always supported this festival. And I think it speaks to, if you know the process and how to come to council and how to ask for things, it happens. And I think a lot of people and a lot of groups in this town are nervous or don't want to come or just don't think it's this big daunting thing. And I applaud the Jasper Mural Festival for paving the way, because I would imagine we might see other societies and groups coming to us for this now that it's known it's okay. And I support this. I will vote in favor of it. Yeah, so those are my thoughts.
Councillor Waxer?
Just a point of clarity, do we, my understanding is normally the mayor has appointed people, the individual councillor to the committee. Is it appropriate for council to appoint, to choose a member?
Councillor Tomoda?
That's a good question. I believe we're okay with that, and because this is a committee and we're making a recommendation to council for next week, because it is an interim thing. When it does come to an official appointment, I think that is taken care of at the organizational meeting. But it looks like CAO given can confirm that or wants to Deputy Mayor.
CA Griffin?
I was just going to say, thanks, Deputy Mayor Keller MP, and right where Councillor Demoto was going. Certainly, committee can make this recommendation to council, and I know the practice is that the appointments committees are usually made on by the mayor's recommendation, but it is actually a motion of council that formalizes it and makes those appointments. The mayor doesn't get to do that unilaterally. I think often the mayor makes recommendations and then council approves the mayor's recommendation. So in this case, recognize the mayor has declared a conflict. The committee is making a recommendation and council can approve or consider that recommendation at the next council meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon, for that. Councillor Tomoda?
I did want to make a point after the motion was put on the floor that I shouldn't say always. I want to always support collaboration and consensus building, and I think this was a good exercise. And I appreciate that we have open-minded people and we're willing to listen to everyone's arguments. And because your argument might be different than mine or yours, that doesn't mean it's wrong. So I think that we came to a good consensus today. So I'm going to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Tomoda. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? That is carried. And now it is 10:44. I'm going to call 11-minute recess. We will come back at 10:55. Thank you.
Vote the motion.
Welcome back, everybody. And now we're going to agenda item 7.3, Recreation Renovation Phase 2, the wastewater treatment plant renovation, borrowing bylaws. And I'm going to hand this over to Mrs. Molenchuk.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. I apologize, I'm not in person today, but I'm feeling a little under the weather, so I apologize if I lose my voice a little bit during the discussion of this. Today, we're coming to Committee of the Whole to present borrowing bylaws that will be coming in the next few weeks. And we're looking for direction on which terms to choose going forward. So the conversation's already been had somewhat. So basically, we're looking for that direction. The recommendation would be to issue the Recreation Renovation Phase 2 borrowing bylaw for a term of 20 years, and the wastewater treatment plant renovation and bulk water standing dump control building borrowing bylaw for 20 years as well. The alternative would be the 15 years. And we can go over more detail within the context of the report. So basically, in the 2023 budget, for calculating purposes, the budget was worked on as a borrowing bylaw in the amount of $5,168,958 for 20 years for the rec center, and $4,185,000 for 20 years for the wastewater treatment plant, along with the sandy dump control building as well. With new information coming to light for both of these projects mid-2023, the new recommendations for debenture would be as following. 11.5 million would be for the debenture for the rec center for 20 years, and now 2.65 million for the wastewater treatment plant. So there's a big process, as you might recall, with borrowing bylaws, and it is stated within the Municipal Government Act. So the process basically goes with, there's a first reading of the bylaw, which I'm anticipating to bring back to Council for July 18th. Then there would be a second reading on September 5th and a third reading on September 19th. In between the first and second reading, there must be an advertisement submitted to the newspaper for public notice about the borrowing bylaws. A vote may be demanded in the municipality of Jasper by electors equal to, and must be equal in numbers to at least 10% of the population. And the petition for vote must be received by the CAO within 15 days of the last publication of this notice. So that would work out to be, the last day would be August 10th. So 15 days following that would work out to be September 1st. Then the bylaw has to be valid for 30 days, and being that we would give it 30 days after the September 19th reading, that would bring it to October 19th, which would put us just in time to submit our application for October 31st to receive the funds December 15th. In the 2023 budget, talking about the debentures that were originally discussed and planned for, there was a principal and interest payment that was calculated for the recreation center at $387,592 annually. And then for the wastewater treatment plant, $220,948. Because the loan won't be secured until December 2023, the first payment then will come out in 2024. So below is a table to go over how much the annual payment would be based on the new recommendation, as well as the alternative term. And then it would be adjusted by the budgeted amount of the 2023 budget, which would bring it to the 2024 adjusted payment for the year. A request for decision would then follow to ask council to reallocate the 2023 payments over to the 2024 budget like we've done in the past. Again, I just want to highlight that the calculations are estimates at this time based on the current market, and they can change before we put our application in October. So this information is what's key in order to give a committee of the whole the ability to give administration an idea of what term in which to bring the borrowing bylaws back to council on the July 18th meeting. So as you can see, in recreation with the 11.5 million, you can see there's a term of 20 stated, 20 years and another of 15, and the rates that would be imposed and how much the annual repayments would be. With the planned 387,592, it will reduce our first year payments down to 537,000 and or 714, depending on the term that council would ideally like to be presented. And also listed are the interest payables over that term. So you can see that it would change from 20 years being almost 7 million, and then thus reducing the rate down to, or the interest payable to 5 million over 15 years. And you can see that there's the same information for the wastewater treatment plant. And just to highlight as well, I'm bringing back to the table the debt limit that is within the financial statements for the year end of 2022. There is the adjusted column as well, just to represent the removal of the local improvement levy that was accrued fully within the 2022 year, so that it gives us a more realistic view of what a normal year would be looking like. So basically the implications of the borrowing for these two projects will reduce the unused debt limit by 14.1 million. And that is a quick summary of the borrowing bylaws that I would be bringing through. And I'm open to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Loninger. Council, any questions? Councillor Demota.
Well, I just want to say, using a calculator, you can do a lot of different formulas, and breaking down how much percentage per year the difference is. You know, I think there is a big advantage overall to going to a 15-year debenture as opposed to 20. However, you know, when it comes down to the annual financial hit, you know, on the tax envelope, there are some implications. And I guess going through you, Deputy Mayor Keller MP, to Ms. Malinchak, Director Malinchak, just a minor inquiry on, let's just call it 2 million between for recreation on the 5 million and the 7 million over 20 years. How much of that would be interest? Do we have an idea of the ballpark on that?
Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Demota, the 7 million to 5 million is actually the savings that you would have in interest alone. So 2 million over the 5 years that would not be going to interest.
So, Mrs. Malinchak, I have a question for you. So when you look at these figures for 2024, it's reduced, but then for the next, we say whether it's 14 years or 19 years, it'll be the annual payment. So that would probably say we went the 15 years for both, we'd be looking at on the budget alone of a 13.5% increase to the municipal budget for the next 15 years. Am I correct?
Yes, I didn't do that calculation, but most likely, yes, you would probably be looking at that, although it doesn't reflect necessarily that that would be the tax increase.
I do realize that, but it's just like last year we put up the budget, I think it was 17%, even though that wasn't the actual tax rate. But I think the overall budget last year, I think it's around a 17%, 15 to 17% increase.
Last year, your Deputy Mayor, actually, it was just under 12% for the tax related only portion. But if you're speaking to both utility and taxes, then you might be correct. I'd have to look that up.
Thank you, Ms. Melchuk. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you very much. On the wastewater treatment plant debenture, the 2.6 million, how much of that is the sandy dump? Because I looked at the budget and we have a $525,000 carry forward, but I was under the assumption that that project itself was a little higher. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Ms. Malachek, if she has that information.
Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Demota, I apologize, but for some reason you cut out in your question and I didn't hear the full question.
Okay, I'll be quick and clear. How much of the 2.65 million of the wastewater treatment plant debenture is for the sandy dump project?
Thank you. Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Demota, it's just over 500,000 for the sandy dump building.
Well, I think what I would like to see going forward from this, because I think when we were first presented to this prior to the project even starting years ago, there was going to be quite a bit of cost recovery from the use of the sandy dump and the bulk water, because it was going to be more efficient and metered and charged accordingly. And what I'd like to see going forward is that the money that we do recoup from that, because it is another, we ventured out to get an alternate source of revenue here. And I would like to see that be put towards whatever utility requisitions there will be towards capital for that year, every year, to help alleviate some of the future utility levies that we have for those current years, so that we could somewhat compensate for this debenture payment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kelleher, MP. Through you to Ms. Melanchuk, I have a number of questions, but I'll try and be succinct. Who is the lender? It used to be the Alberta Capital Finance Authority. Is that still the name?
Deputy Mayor, through to your worship, no, it is, the lender is through the province. And it was dissolved, I believe, the last time that we did borrowing was through the province. So it's been dissolved for a few years now.
Red tape reduction.
Right, but it is a government lending institution, correct? And it's the only, so it's we have one banker to go to. I'm curious, I think members of the public would see this similar to a mortgage, so I'm just trying to articulate what our options are. So the term is both the term of the lending and the amortization period are rolled into one. Is that correct? So we have a 20-year term or a 15-year term, and during that term with annualized payments, at the end of it, we're down to a zero balance, correct?
Correct.
Is it possible to have a shorter term and a longer amortization?
Your worship, I'm going to jump in, if I may, Deputy Mayor Keller. Yes. The answer to that is no. The way the province funds borrowing from municipalities is you pick a term, you pay down to zero at the end of that term, inclusive of interest and principal.
Right, and so on that basis, then the interest rate is fixed for the term.
That's correct, Your Worship.
correct.
We're entering into this borrowing at a time when interest rates have just increased. And even though there is a potential a few years down the line for interest rates to come down, we are going to be locked in at either 5.03 or 5.13 for the duration. Is that correct?
Your
Yes.
worship. Yes, that's correct. And it may be helpful, and Director Malinchak, while I'm speaking, maybe you can just see what you can pull up. But useful context here, while interest rates are increasing, this is actually a very similar interest rate to what the municipality was receiving in the early 2000s. So we have been through a sustained period where interest rates have been historically low. That is 100% correct. And they are increasing, also very accurate. And these rates are comparable, and I'm drawing a bit of a blank, Dr. Malinchak, but I believe that there is, some borrowing in approximately 2004 related to the wastewater treatment plant, and I believe that it was around that 5% interest rate. So, they're probably, it may be fairer to say that interest rates have been increasing to what might have been similar about 20 years ago. They are certainly not to the rate that they were in the, in the 80s, early 90s. And so I think for that, we can be thankful. These are still very good borrowing terms, and likely far better than, an individual could receive in the private market.
Thank you for that. I'm just trying to assess our options. And sorry, Mrs. Malinchak, go ahead, and then I'll ask my next question.
I wasn't sure if I'd be able to dig it up fast enough, but I was able to. So yes, Mr. Given is completely correct in that some of the loans secured earlier. So for instance, in 2004, it was secured at 4.8%. And there was one in 2002 that was 5.63. And then it went down significantly to 2.5. There was another one for 2.5, 3.5. So it's varied, but yes, I think it is fairly good considering the conditions that we've just gone through.
Fair enough, but I get that, and I get that there is only one lender, so it's their rules that apply. I'm just curious whether we could get a longer term, particularly for the recreation. So I heard Councillor Demota suggesting it would save a lot of interest, but that is an asset that has a longer shelf life than the wastewater treatment plant, which probably would have to be renewed within the 20-year horizon. But the recreation center, I think it will live on for many more years, and so conceptually, I could imagine having a 25 or 30-year term, if that is possible. Do you know whether it is?
Deputy Mayor, through to your worship, through reports that we've seen, the maximum that we've seen get recommended is that this renovation would extend the life by another 20 years. We might be lucky enough to extend it to 25 or 30 years. But it wouldn't be advisable to plan your debenture that way, because if we're gearing up, for instance, for potentially having to build a new facility in 20 years, 15 might be more advisable, because then those amounts that you were putting in debenture could be set aside for the future building for 5 years. Or 10 years if you're lucky, like I'm saying. You cannot take a debenture for longer than what you anticipate the asset life to be. And at this moment, we haven't seen any recommendations over the 20 years extended. I feel like we've been very lucky here in Jasper in extending our assets, and we've gone the extra mile, and we've gotten a few extra years in a lot of our assets, but it's not for certain.
All right, thank you for that. I do recall at an earlier meeting, Director Reed telling us about the solidity of the bones of the building and that it's going to last forever. And so if it will last beyond 20 years, I just curious whether it was an option. And finally, the question I have is whether with the rules of the lender, there are prepayment penalties. And even though we don't have a shorter term and a right to remortgage, could we down the line, if interest rates come down, reborrow, pay out this mortgage at 5-point-something% and remortgage essentially with a new borrowing bylaw at a lower rate? Might that be an option for a future council?
Deputy Mayor, through to your worship, yes, it is a possibility. However, there are the penalties associated with it. So we would have to ensure that the penalties would, that it would make sense taking the lower amount by doing that, but it is possible.
Right, thank you. And if I may, two additional questions not related to the finance, but just for the benefits of members of the public. I appreciate the timing of all this and the fact that electors could submit a petition and it needs a number of signatures and other requirements. But that number is 10% of the population. Where can they look for the objective record of our population so that if somebody wanted to go out and circulate a petition, when do they know that they have a sufficient number of signatures? What is the operative population number that they would have to comply with? Or where could they find that?
Mr. Given?
Deputy Mayor Keller, MP, to the Mayor's question, Alberta Municipal Affairs keeps an official population list of municipalities. That's the number that an elector or the municipality would have to work from. I don't have that at hand right now, but Alberta Municipal Affairs does keep that. It's available on their website. And with a pretty short Google, I could find it, but it is available to the public. That's the number that would have to, the standard would have to meet.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm just looking for confirmation that there is one objective number. We don't need it today, but we often see different numbers as a reflection of our local population, but citizens are entitled to know the objective number and where to find it. So that's sufficient information for me. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor Arnold. Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer, and I have some questions for both Director Malinchuk and potentially CEO Mr. Given. So we know the change in the debenture that we're looking at of the Recreation Center complex, Phase 2 renovation going up to 11.5 million. That was presented to us a meeting or two ago. I just want to reconfirm the change in the debenture for the wastewater treatment plant going from 4.185 down to 2.650 million is as a result of the funding we received from the provincial government in excess of over 1.5 million. And just want to confirm that publicly, that is the case.
Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Melnick. Yes, it is grant funding, and I don't know if it has been publicly acknowledged as of yet. That is why I didn't put the information in as to the specifics, but it is grant funding that would assist in lowering that debenture amount that we would take on in 2024. Or 2023 for 2024 going forward.
To that, we were in a meeting where actually our MLA we did recognize him for that funding being made available to the municipality. So you were totally in line there, but I think that may not have been as well known in the public. The other, I'm going down to page 11 of our agenda, and you've referenced the 2023 budget principal and interest payments for the recreation center and wastewater treatment. That comes from our budget documents in 2023. If we go ahead with these two requests for the 15 or 20 year debt, we also have additional debt for 2024 for the wastewater treatment plant. And I just want to reconfirm, I'm going now to that debt projection document for 2024, where we have an additional $3 million for wastewater treatment improvement proposed. Can you comment on that? Because I think it's important that we, as we make the decisions on which way to go with this debt, that we look forward to budget 24 and 25, what other debt we are potentially going to incur. So is that still a potential for 2024 with the additional $3 million for the wastewater treatment plant? And the question is directed to either yourself, Director Malinchuk, or CEO Given.
Deputy Mayor through to Councillor Melnick, yes, that is correct. The additional is still planned for 2024, unless something comes to light in the budget preparations going forward. But at this moment, it's still on the plan.
Thank you for that confirmation. And where I'm going with this relates back to Deputy Mayor Keller MP's conversation about our debt limit and also our servicing of that debt. And we will be, we are transferring money into reserves, but we do have some significant changes in what debt we will need to service in our budgets over the year 24 and 2025. So it will have potential implications in other budget discussions for 2024 and beyond, and programs that we run. I do appreciate the work and the demonstration here on page 11 of the agenda, showing our potential to save some interest over a shorter term. Sacrificing is a higher interest payment and principal payment, which will affect our future increases in our budget to our residents.
Is that a question?
Okay. Sorry.
You done? Any other questions? Comments? Councillor Jamala.
Just for community clarification, particularly on, the amount of debt limit unused and the amount of service on debt limit unused, because it can be kind of confusing. So for 2022, and I guess this is through you, Deputy Mayor, to Ms. Director Malinchuk. Our municipality, based on our revenue, is only allowed to have an overall debt of $20.6 million. And what we're able to put towards that debt, the servicing of that debt, was a maximum of $4.2 million, right? So going forward with these new payments, we're going to have an adjusted for 2023 limit change on both of those, correct? So one's going to go up, and then the amount of service available on debt is going to go down. correct?
Deputy Mayor through to Councillor Demoda, the total debt limit would go down, as well as the service on debt would also go, the amount of unused would go down as well.
Right, okay, thank you. But okay, I guess, with 2023, we don't have those numbers in front of us, but if we're in the 5 million or the $3 million range, that's still a safe zone for service on debt unused. Okay, we got a positive.
Deputy through to Mayor through to Councillor Demoda. Yes, we are still within our limits that the MGA sets for us. Yes.
Mr. Given.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Keller MP. Just for council, certainly, you know, the decision about the municipality's finances are something that takes careful consideration. Administration's intent today was to engage council in the discussion of really appropriate term, and the, you know, approval of bylaw happens through that public hearing process. We just want to ensure that administratively we're not preparing, you know, a total of 4 different bylaws only to arrive at council and find out that you wanted a different term. So we're simply looking for direction on what term you would like us to develop a bylaw to. And then Director Malinchuk obviously has some work ahead of her to draft up the bylaw and then bring it through that public hearing process that she described. So certainly we want to tie off this issue for you and move it forward. And that's the point that we're seeking your direction on is, you know, of those 2 terms that match or are within the useful lifespan of the assets, which of those council has a preference for. And obviously there are pros and cons to each. Longer term means that you will pay more interest over the, you know, the cost of borrowing will be higher. Because you're paying interest over a longer term. The shorter term means that you're done sooner and mortgage free, so to speak, earlier. And really that's the essential question. What is council's preference on those 2 points? Longer term, which means lower ongoing payments on an annual basis, but for a longer time, or a shorter term, which means higher payments, but being done sooner.
Thank you, Mr. Given, for that. Councillor Demoda.
All right, well, as far as both of those recommendations that came forward, I'm definitely in support of shortening the wastewater treatment plant renovation to 15 years. And the only reason I would support that is because of the revenue that we can recoup from the sandy dump and bulk water service. Now, with the mayor's question that came forward about maybe extending the debenture over 20 years and just that concept of like the longevity of that, there is a cost benefit to stretching out those payments. The downfall is the interest that we pay on holding on to that. And unfortunately, things like the activity center and the arena don't recoup revenue at a profit. So that's kind of where I'm having difficulty. However, we do have a recommendation from administration that term be 20 years. And on the mayor's question, I thought, and I'm sorry, I'm going to put you on the spot here, Director Malinchuk, but through you, Deputy Mayor, I felt like you offered an opinion that 15 years might be more beneficial financially for the recreation renovation phase 2. And just because we have a different in opinion and the recommendation, I wanted to know what the difference was. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor through to Councillor Demota, I guess the only 20 years is advisable for the budget going forward. The 15 years is how you look at it. 15 years could potentially set up the municipality to give us 5 years of additional savings should we be looking at replacing the facility if it's coming down to that point. Because we're putting an amount into payments annually for the next 5 years after that debt's paid. It wouldn't change the budget if you're still putting into, say, a reserve to save up for a potential replacement if given the need to. So that's all. I definitely have. I think both are great options. So, but when it comes down to being able to be palatable at this moment, the recommendation is the 20 years.
Great.
Just in this conversation, I kind of have some concerns. So we're putting a $21 million renovation into our recreation center. And according to the information we received, the bones of the building were good. So in my mind was that 20 years from now, we may have to do some more upgrades. But if I'm hearing replacement in 15 to 20 years, have we gone down the wrong road? You know, I mean, it really concerns me if we're going to be paying this type of money for the next 15 to 20 years, and we're going to tear the building down in 20 years. What are we doing?
Can I speak to that, Deputy Mayor Keller MP? The answer is no. We're not going to be tearing down the building in 15 or 20 years. Period.
Yeah.
The municipality has a very limited land base. And so I'm not sure what we would knock down in order to build another major recreation complex. Maybe we could do it on Commemoration Park and do a similar thing as the municipality's done recently with schools. But Director Reid was 100% correct. The facility structurally is great. It is very, very solid. Now, over the next 20 years, will demands from the public for programming and services change, and we may need to change the facility to respond to those needs? Yes, absolutely. Will the building start to show its age again in 20 years? Absolutely. And those are things that would indicate that it would be time for another major renovation in about 20 years timeframe. So nobody is suggesting that we would be tearing down and replacing that facility with a brand new facility. That is not going to be in the cards for Jasper. It's hard to imagine what that would look like in Jasper. Additionally, a new facility, I mean, today we'd be talking about $140 million. And that is a wild, out of the air, guesstimate amount. But realistically, to replace what we have today with something new, we'd be talking, orders of magnitude much, much more expensive. So while it is complicated and while it is expensive, we are best to reinvest in our facility that has these good structural bones, as Director Reid said. And I think that that's going to continue to be the case probably for the foreseeable future for Jasper.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you again, Deputy Mayor Keller MP. I didn't ask this specifically, but if there is an option, say for a 25 or 30-year term, do we know what the interest rate would be?
Deputy Mayor, through to your worship, I can look that up. I have it on the screen, and now this is today 25 year is 5.15, and so is 30 year. Which is never seen before, but yes, it's a thing.
I can leave the rest then to debate with council. You've done your work. I presume if we asked, you could do the calculations for what that would mean in annualized payments. And I'm still interested because particularly for the recreation center, I accepted the information that we received at the June 20th meeting when we were encouraged to increase the budget on the basis that the improvements were expected to last beyond 20 years. And so it's suitable for debenture financing because those who will benefit over a long term are the ones who wind up paying. So it's not the same as a mortgage on my house where I'm paying it all myself out of my earnings. And so the quicker I do that, the better, because I'm the only one getting the benefit. In this case, with a public facility, it will continue to benefit people more than 20 years from now. And there is equity in saying that the payments could be spread out beyond 20 years because those who receive the benefit ought to pay. So I am certainly still inclined, particularly if it's only a 0.02% change in interest. If we spread it out over another 10 years, it would certainly cushion the blow. And long term, if the finances of the municipality improve significantly, it sounds like we would have an option to reborrow, pay it out more quickly if we wanted at a lower rate, potentially, if rates do come down again. Anyway, I leave that for a debate with council.
Councillor Demona.
I think the only cloud that I have on this overall renovation for recreation is the roof. And I don't know how well that was discussed in the renovations. And, you know, when we're talking about longevity, because the mayor talked about residential and stuff, we've had some roofing issues over the years. And I don't know if that was ever discussed as part of this thing. I can't remember because I don't have the renovation project in front of me. But the main reason why I was thinking of going shorter than longer is that if we have another major expense to come up, and that's one of those things that takes natural wear and tear from the elements. And a lot of the times when you have different buildings connecting to each other, there are flaws, and we've seen that over in structure, right? And it happens naturally. So water gets in, and we've had a lot of issues throughout the years. And I'm just wondering, with a building like that, when the roof is actually, bones are great, but you know, if we're not thinking ahead on when that replacement's going to come due, if it's going to be within 15 years, then maybe we're going to be taking out more money to cover that. It might be better to go shorter. That's just the only thing that I'm dealing with.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Councillor Demona. You know, we're not tackling everything. We're not getting everything new with this renovation. So, you know, in 5 years, in 10 years, in 15 years, we're gonna, you know, the pool's gonna be needed to be replaced, or at least the tile deck on the floor. That's seen its age, the roof itself. So we are gonna see more borrowing needed to maintain this building. So I disagree. Well, I agree, Mayor Island, that the future residents will benefit from the renovations we're doing now, yes, but there will be more that need to be done if we are continuing to maintain this building. So I feel a shorter term. I'm not adverse to the 20, but I think longer than 20, I don't think I would support them.
Councillor Demona, then Councillor Milner.
Well, I know that, thank you, Deputy Mayor Keller MP. I saw that Mr. Given came on screen. I don't know if he wanted to address that conversation at all. And I know that the mayor had said that we might be done with the information for the administration, but it is helpful to get a little bit, it's healthy skepticism again for me.
Okay, Councillor Melnick, and then
Mr. Gibbon.
Okay. And Deputy Mayor Deputy Mayor Keller MP, I was going to suggest maybe Mr. Gibbon comment first, and then that would probably be appropriate.
Mr. Gibbon.
Sure. Thank you. And apologies, Council. Just in terms of the, principal advisor role to Council, I think a shorter term means that there will be higher initial, upfront payments. And so that means that taxes will increase to make those payments in the near term. And so there'll be, I think that just needs to be acknowledged. And there's sort of a level of comfort. Administration's giving you the information on a couple of sort of term lengths here. And certainly Director Malinchuk, if she gets direction, would present that information for the term Council chooses going forward. But I think there just needs to be an acknowledgement of that. And this question of how much should people pay today versus how long should people pay into the future is really a policy choice that's up to Council, as long as there's a recognition of both of those parts. Choosing a shorter term might better align with when we have to make reinvestments into the facility. Absolutely true. But it also does mean that people today will be paying slightly higher. And that's how administration arrived at the advice that you see in the RFD is from our perspective. And I'm stressing from our administrative perspective, because councils may be different from your political perspective. That 20-year term is about the right balance of transferring cost to future generations versus people paying today and matching the asset life. But Council, you may see it differently, and you certainly have the latitude to determine that term. Whichever direction Council goes, administration will craft the borrowing bylaws in accordance with the direction that we received today.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keller MP, and Mr. Gibbon's comments were appropriate. We're making a choice now as to where taxes are going for the next number of years, and we may choose to have one of these debentures be for 15 years and the other one for 20. And my preference, I'm leaning towards the bigger of the debentures being 20 years and the smaller of the debenture being 15 years. And I'm thinking that we'll be paying one down a little quicker, saving some interest, but it will give us some room down the road to ensure that taxes aren't overly high. But also it's going to mean that we're going to have to take a hard look at any sort of future programs or plans and what operating leeway we might have for the next number of years in the municipality and what services we'll be able to provide. So that's the trade-off here by going to the longer term with the $11.5 million debenture. It gives us a little more wiggle room. Because we're saving some $200,000 or just under $200,000 in annual payments that we'll have to finance through taxes.
Councillor Demota.
Well, and I like that comment because, I mean, when you look at the revenue streams, they will be levied a little differently. One through taxation, partially net tax envelope, requisition, and then the other one through utilities. Now, I have two questions for administration, if Mr. Gibbon is available for this one, and this might have been an answer for Mr. or a question for Mr. Greathead, but having a lack of presence here today, I'm gonna put the pressure on you, sir, through you, Deputy Mayor, to Mr. Gibbon. Do we have an idea of the revenue that we can get from bulk water and Sani based on past consumption and what we would be charging per cubic meter going each way? And so for me, having that information makes it way easier to say, okay, well, let's just do this one in 15 years or whatever it is. And if we have an idea of those revenues, based on a business plan, unfortunately, it's not in front of us today, but I think that it makes it easier for the decision. So I'll just have those two questions. Oh, and then the second question is, do we have an idea when that will come online, that new building facility?
Deputy Mayor Keller, MP, maybe I'll start with the easy one first, which was the
Sure.
second of the two questions. We expect that to come online this fall. I know that it really is down to the control systems getting in place. Administration, so the answer to the second one is we expect to come online this fall. On the larger question in terms of the revenue, this project predates me joining the municipality. I know the council and the organization applied for a grant some time ago. So I'm not sure of the original business case that was built, but I know Director Greathead has been working on recommended updates to the utility rates bylaw to have specialized fees for the use of this facility. So I don't have that information at hand. What I can say is that the improvements to the wastewater treatment plant and the Sandy dump station, bulk water station in particular, are the only ones that have direct connection to user pay. So, that debt can be more closely connected to the users of the facility in a way that the general purpose borrowing for the activity center renovation can't be. Yeah, well, or is much more difficult to do. So as administration builds recommended changes that we'd bring forward to you for the rates for use of the bulk water, we can ensure that those rates are reflective of whichever term council chooses for borrowing. And it ensures that whoever the users are of that facility, that they'll actually be contributing to the mortgage payments, not just the sort of the operational profit loss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Go ahead, Councillor.
Well, and you know what, I know that even though that project of the Sandy bulk water is a very small portion of the debenture we're taking out for the wastewater treatment plant, I think the benefits on the revenue will be beneficial towards utility levies. So, I'm willing to support or put forward a motion that would shrink that term to 15 years because of that revenue potential. And if we're not charging enough to help pay that off, we can marginally increase the cost for doing that, particularly at that one location. We have a captive audience, and I don't want to sound like I'm money grubbing, because obviously we're going to charge what a reasonable rate is, like we do for everything else. And I think we have an opportunity there. So based on our discussions, I'm willing to put forward a motion to come to council for first reading at our next regular meeting. That unless anybody has any more questions. So
Okay with splitting vote?
Splitting it?
Well, we'll do
Well, okay, so what I was going to do is see if this has any ground, and if somebody wants to split it after, we can. The committee direct administration to return to the July 18th, 2023 regular meeting with the following for first reading. That the Recreation Renovation Phase 2 borrowing law for a term of 20 years, and that the wastewater treatment plant renovation and bulk water Sandy dump control building borrowing bylaw for a term of 15 years.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, and I think just based on, our conversations today, and again, consensus building and understanding it, I think that there might be a better understanding of going forward with the recreation renovation to 20 years based on what I heard. And I think the benefit of having some direct cost recovery from the bulk water Sandy dump could reduce our term to 15 with that information, even though we don't have the exact revenue potential in front of us. So if someone wants to make a friendly amendment and break that up because they have opposing views, then I'm okay with that. Again, that can be adjusted next at the July 18th meeting as well, if we have new information or have a change of thought. So what we're recommending today is just going to be for first reading next week.
Thank you, Councillor Connaught. Debate. Mayor Ireland.
I can accept the combined motion, even though I might otherwise have thought to split the vote. The motion is for a 20-year term for the recreation and 15-year for wastewater treatment plant. I'm opposed in both instances. I'm content with the borrowing for the wastewater treatment plant at the recommended 20 years. I think it's the type of asset where it's appropriate to spread the expenditure over a greater number of years. With respect to recreation, I am still satisfied that a more equitable solution, even though it comes with a bit of a cost, is to extend that beyond 20 years. And I think 20 or 25, 25 or 30 would be appropriate. I just tried to go on a mortgage calculator and it won't give me an annual payment over 30 years. So I can't do the math myself, but the interest rate we're told is only marginally different. And I think that I am satisfied that we have, as Councillor Melnick indicated, more wiggle room if we extend the payments. So let's suppose hypothetically that the roof does need replacing. The difference, and that happens in the next 5 years, not 20 years out. Right now, we're looking at a savings notionally of $177,000 annually by going to 20 years rather than 15. That's $177,000 that we would have available for additional financing if we need to fix the roof in the next few years. If we were to extend to 25 or 30 years, we would have even more availability. So this is not predicated on the assumption that it's going to last exactly intact for the next 30 years, but to give ourselves that necessary room to be adaptive. I think we lower the payments now, leave room for additional borrowing to fix the roof or whatever else might need fixing in the short term. To me, it accords with the equitable principle of extending the payment over a generation or more that will benefit from these improvements in the first place. But it also leaves future councils with more optionality to attend to potential immediate renovations that are needed. So I am opposed on the first part of the motion to the 20 years. I think it should be longer, and on the 15 years, I'm opposed to 15 years for the wastewater treatment, and I think it should be the 20 that was recommended.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just have a question, because I'm tending to agree with Mayor Ireland on this one. If as we make yearly payments, that just our debt limit increases again, is that how it works, or is it it's not till the very end? So as we make payments over, it's like almost $1 million for the 20 years, but I do agree with extending it because we will be able to borrow more as we pay this down. Is that how it works? That makes okay. Thank you.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keller, MP, I think. Our current debt limit of 20 million, we're talking about 14 million here, we'll be down to a debt limit of around 6 million. And then my comments earlier about what we're looking at for 2025, financing another 3 million, puts us down to about 3 million only in debt limit. Even though we're going to be paying some principal back, we won't be beyond $4 or $5 million of debt limit for a number of years. So just pretty major conversation here about, you know, we're not going to see any change in our debt limit increasing from 3 or 4 million after we borrow the next 3 million for the wastewater treatment plant. We'll be somewhat contained in a smaller box for what projects we can take on, let alone the capital increase or the tax increases to cover the interest and principal payments. So, you know, I don't think we're going to see a lot of big borrowing here after the next wastewater treatment plant potential borrowing in 2025 or 2024.
Councillor Demona.
May I ask where you sit on the recreation project, the venture length? Then, are you content with 20 or? Sorry, that was a point, Claire.
Councillor Hall, I'm just wondering how easy it would be to figure out what a payment would be on a 30-year term. Or is that what Mayor Island's doing right now in his calculator?
Councillor Demona.
I was gonna ask for a quick break. We need to get that information. We're approaching noon, and was hoping to take a lunch break after this discussion. So, but I don't want to rush it because of, you know, the consequence. But again, we're not making the decision today. We're making the recommendation. So we still have time.
Mr. Given.
I was just going to say, Deputy Mayor Kelleher MP, if to pause for a bit of a lunch break, certainly administration. And so you could recess the meeting, come back after lunch when everybody has a full stomach and a clear mind. And at that time, you know, maybe administration could do a little bit of work on some of these alternate terms to be able to just provide council a bit of the information. I appreciate that some of you, maybe Mayor Ireland, is trying to calculate these himself. But administration could share some information with you on what annual payments would look like on a couple of other terms, in addition to the 15 and 20 that were shown in the report. Would that be helpful? I'd suggest we probably need an hour so that members of admin would have a chance to eat and calculate.
Everybody reach break? Okay, so I'll call a recess and we will reconvene at 1 p.m.
Just before we break, and I appreciate that suggestion, Mr. Given, but it has been only me that has been pressing for additional information. So with concurrence of council, what I would like to see is the same calculation for a 25 and a 30-year term, just with respect to the recreation debenture. So the 11.5 million calculated at 5.15% is what we heard for either 25 or 30 years. But as I say, that's only so far come from me. So the chair can determine whether or not that's the will of council.
I believe Councillor Hall is interested. I'm interested. Councillor Wexler is interested. So if we come back at 1, that'd be great. Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Thank you, Mayor Ireland and Council. I'm going to be back here at 1 p.m.
Great recommendation, CAO. Good sign, good leadership. Session.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. We're back in session. We have a motion on the table by Councillor Demona, and we're in debate. So, administration is going to bring us back some information on the 25-year term and the 30-year term. Mr. Gibbon.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Kelleher MP. Director Malinachuk was able to call that up over the lunch break. I believe she just emailed that into your inboxes, and we can show it on screen as well, just so that everybody can reference it at the same time. And thanks to Director Malinachuk for getting that ready for us. I will share here. So as the public and council, I hope, can see, Director Malinchuk updated the table that was in the RFD to highlight those 30 and 25-year terms on the recreation borrowing. And you can see under the annual repayment, a 15, and maybe I'll just work my way up. So the 15-year term has an annual payment amount of approximately $1.1 million. A 20-year term, that annual payment goes down to $924,000. 25-year, it's $823,000. And a 30-year term, the annual payment is about $756,000. You can also see on the far side what happens to the interest over the extended terms. On a 15-year term, the total interest payable over that term is just over $5 million. On a 20-year term, the interest payable over the term is $6.9 million. A 25-year term, it's $9 million, and a 30-year term, it is slightly over $11 million in total interest payable over that term. So that information is there for council. It's in your inbox. Thanks again to Director Malinchuk for gathering that information, calculating it, and sending it out so quickly. But we offer that to you so that council can have an informed debate. And I think with that, administration will step away and let you all take it from there.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Thank you, Ms. Malinchuk, for getting us that information so quickly. Well, for me, I can start. I'm not in favor of 25 or 30, 11 million or 9 million. Even at this, you know, I mean, like with the grant, we're at over 20 million. And whether it's 15, we're adding another 5 million. At 20, we're adding another 6 million. So whatever way we look at it, we're either having a $25 million reno or a $26 million reno by the time we pay the interest. So I personally can't put an extra 3 or an extra 5 on to our taxpayers. Councillor Wilson.
Just to fill the air, I was somewhat swayed by Mayor Ireland suggesting that, you know, with a longer term, you may have $100,000 or $200,000 more available, depending on what term you pick. Although compared that to the total interest paid, I don't think that benefit of you know, money available short term outweighs the large amount more you're paying in total interest over the longer term.
May I ask a question of administration? Mr. Gibbon, so when we're looking at the reno, that goes to our tax, but the wastewater treatment plant, that would go against our utilities and capital, am I correct?
That's correct, Deputy Mayor Keller MP. The utility funded debentures, the payments on those are funded through utility rates. So, you know, our utility budget and our you know, operational budget for the municipality tax funded budget are completely are separate. The only real sort of crossover is in the municipality's total debt capacity, right? And Director Malinchuk identified that we're still well, you know, within that debt capacity either way. But the funding of the payments on a utility mortgage are made through utility rates.
Thank you for that clarification. So currently we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Demoda that we go 20 years for the reno at the recreation center. And at the wastewater treatment plant, we go 15 years. So that is currently what stands as our motion on the floor. So we're continuing to debate. Councillor Connaught.
Can't recall where we're at, but I'm ready to close. If no one else has any other questions or
Any other,
input they want to offer.
is there any other questions for administration? More debate?
Well, I appreciate the comments and the discussion, and Councillor Keller MP, I had a similar sentiment on what the overall burden is going to be. And, you know, I am grateful that the mayor had asked for this exercise. Again, I think it's good to have that skepticism and challenge information that's in front of us. And you know, we've already, the project of the recreation center has already gone up over 6 million. And then when you factor in the interest on that, every 5 years, adds another 2 million. And, you know, at what point do we stop? So to me on that portion, I'm still, I think aiming for 20 years is a good amount. And from prior discussions for the other councillors that weren't here, I do remember Mr. Greathead saying that once we reversed the or changed the system for bulk water and the sandy dump, that remember there was a number of about $240,000 a year that we could gain in potential revenue, and regardless of when we hit you know, the full cost recovery on that, I think that there's a better potential to decrease that in utilities. I speaking to someone recently that owns a building with some commercial tenants in town, and you know, tax portion alone has gone up 22%. So when you factor in the 5 to 1, it looked like in how we advertised the increase, for residents it was a certain way, and depending on your square footage and your assessment, you know, things are going to be different for different businesses. But for someone to see a $7,000 flux in 1 year, you know, it's really hard to eat as a landlord. So obviously some of that has to get passed along to tenants. And so the trickle effect onto everybody, you know, it's going to affect prices on, you know, some of the goods and services that we have in the community. So I understand Mayor Ireland's, you know, position on wanting to spread it out, because then the annual hit isn't as high. But you know, to what extent? I mean, those are some pretty big jumps from 15 years to 30, where 30, as you can see, is the full. Where interest is the same amount of what the project costs. So what we're going to be on phase 2. So I stand with what's in front of us. If anyone wants to break it up and discuss it differently, then I'm willing. Okay.
Big decision. You know, when we look at, we're putting this, you know, when you look at it, and 20 years, so our project is 2026. Now we're adding nearly 7 million here. And I mean, just for me, going forward, we really got to look at our budget, because once we pass this today, now we're passing this on to our budget and to our taxpayers. So, you know, we did a hefty raise last year in our budget. So for me, like, this is a big decision, and this will really make me really careful as I go forward for every other decision we make with budget, because it's, you know, we have now added this 9.24% for the next 20 years to our budget, the bottom line. Councillor Melnick?
Deputy Mayor Keller MP, would it be easier for council if we did split this to 2 separate motions? And then that way councillors have an opportunity, if they choose to vote for or against each particular debenture. I would be in favor of that if it's all right with Councillor Demota.
Councillor Demota?
Yeah, fine. I'll withdraw that initial motion then, and then I will make a new motion. If that's, I don't have to. Okay, I'm getting some coaching from the mayor, so we can break those apart.
If any councillor requests to divide question, then division is permitted. The motion remains, but it's just dealt with in two parts.
Perfect, and we don't have to vote on whether we want to support that division.
It's a request, and
That's perfect. I love it. Okay.
Any particular one, or should we start with renovation? Okay, Councillor Moda has made a motion that committee direct administration which returns to July 18th regular meeting with the following first reading recreation and renovation phase 2 borrowing bylaw term of 20 years. Debate? Any other debate? Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? One opposed. That is carried. Second part, the committee directs administration to return to July 18, 2023 regular meeting with the following for the first reading. The wastewater treatment plant renovation and bulk water sandy dump control building borrowing bylaw term 15 years. Any debate?
There's a question. I have a question.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm wondering if Councillor Demoda can just reiterate the reason why 1520, like, I just want to hear it one more time.
Well, I just, first of all, to alleviate some of that interest, that's the number one thing. Like, you know, we've gone into some spending potentials here in the community, and I think that it's prudent also, on top of trying to spread payments out so that we can save some room for increase in other areas for our tax envelope. But I am very confident that some of the new revenue, just like paid parking, we can use towards other things. We don't really have an external revenue stream outside from our users, whether they're residents or commercial users for utilities. And this is something that will increase revenue from external users. So when you go and use this panty dump, or companies that come in and fill up their trucks with fresh water, they're getting billed for that. And that money can go towards supporting some relief towards the capital that we are levying from the utility rates on that portion. So I think having that metric in there helps us decrease the amount of term on the overall loan. So I think getting that shrunk down to save some interest on that potential revenue, it's going to be there. I don't know to what amount, but I think it'll offer some cost recovery and relief of utility levies.
Go ahead, Councillor Hall.
Thank you. And I know this has been asked and probably answered, but just for my own clarification, the wastewater treatment plant money comes out of utilities, not taxes. That's correct. That's totally separate. There's totally separate things.
To my knowledge, also, I think that's where the 3 seats come in, capital. So my understanding, and I may be wrong, that this money will be collected in capital, and that will come from the capital reserve to pay for this loan. That I may be wrong, and administration may correct me, but that's kind of my understanding.
That's correct, Deputy Mayor Keller-Hempy. Just maybe one nuance, not necessarily capital reserve, but the capital charge is a portion of the way of funding it. But I mean, the simplest answer is utility debt is funded through utility rates.
Councillor Waxter.
Just one question, where is the revenue that is being generated with the wastewater that going now?
utility revenue goes to fund the utility portion of the budget.
So that is for the sandy dump and all of that goes into.
So this is a new service, a new facility. We don't have an exactly comparable facility, particularly not one that allows us to charge in the same way that we will with the newer facility that has more equipment and is set up to do that. So I don't know that we have this exact same revenue source. I think we do have some bulk water sales, and we do have the ability to take bulk dumping at the wastewater treatment plant. I'm not sure that we have specified rates for those. But again, utility revenue would any existing or future utility revenue would come in the utility budget and would fund utility operations or debt.
Yeah, just for a point of clarification on my understanding, is that right now, especially for bulk water consumption, it's based on an honor system. So if I own Operation X, I come in, I open up the book, and I say I took 200 liters today, boom, sign off on it, and then I get billed for that. It's been pretty loose. It's been suggested that honor system is 100% accurate, not to say that people are stealing water from the municipality, but at the same time, there are opportunities for forgetfulness or whatever. So I think that having an accurate system where you're not getting water unless you pay, and you're not allowed to dump anything unless you pay on that particular thing, I think, again, we'll see some revenues come from that. So again, I'm confident right now that the shorter term is the way to go.
So I think that's what I was hoping for, was the clarity that this is new revenue. We're not just taking from Peter to.
Mayor Island.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keller-Ramsey. I appreciate that we are in debate. But if I may be allowed then to ask a question of administration. Through you to Mr. Given, can administration confirm that whether council selects a 15-year or a 20-year term with respect to the wastewater treatment plant debenture, will there be a change in utility rates to support this new funding? I appreciate that you made a distinction between utility reserves paying for the capital costs and a capital cost amount that's part of the CCC model, but will we then need to go back to the utility rate and adjust it to accumulate the cash necessary to pay the debenture?
Deputy Mayor Keller, MP for Mayor Ireland, I may defer to Director Malnichuk for specifics on this. I don't know that we have that information at hand. That would be a part of the municipality's regular annual budgeting process, where we would look at our known expenses for the coming year, including things like the cost of utilities, insurance, fleet depreciation, all sorts of things. And then say, based on those expenses, our required revenues are a function of that. So I don't know that I can answer that directly right now, because that's a part of the work that we do in developing a future year's utility budget. We look at a whole bunch of different types of expenses, some of which may decrease, some of which probably more likely are increasing. And then we take those into account when recommending what rate we need to charge in order to make sure that we cover our costs. Director Malnichuk, is that a fair description, or do you have any more detail at this stage?
Yes, I just wanted to pop on and say that you're completely correct, that we still are about to go through that process to see what we will be able to collect from that area. So it's not completely yet determined.
Yeah, so I think that the best answer, Your Worship, would be, this would be, so that the change to a shorter term would increase the annual expenses. And we would have to see how that all looks in the wash, pardon the pun, of all the other utility expenses to see if that's there's a requirement for net increase or not. And at this time, without going through that full detailed exercise and looking at the entire utility budget and all the 2024 costs, we can't really speculate it to what extent this would cause an increase.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Demona?
Yeah, I think, over the period of time for my calculations, it's $29,000 in utility capital charges that we would have as a difference, like per year, 29.5. So the number might be lower, but that's just the difference between the 1.588 and the 1.134. And I think if I'm correct, and Mr. Gibbon can probably help me out with this, or Ms. Malanta, the revenue that we get in from the 3C model will come into one reserve and they're not split up into, we have a capital reserve, but the other two, we can move money from revenue to help offset capital. Am I correct on that?
So, Deputy Mayor Keller MP, so we do have both operational and capital reserves for utilities now. So we do have reserves in both sides. They are intended to be when we have an excess of revenue for, because we were, under in our expenses or over in our revenue, to set aside for future use. We do have the ability to fund capital payments like this through the predicted revenue. I don't know, Director Malinchuk, if there's anything else that you'd like to add to that.
No, nothing to add to your comments.
So that I understand that overall, if there's new revenue, it's going to relieve the overall burden collectively. If we can use some of that, and that was a good question that was asked, by the way, by the mayor, and I still think that my confidence level is still there. We just had Mr. Greathead come in. Might put you on the spot.
Any other questions for administration? Councillor Demona?
I do have one, and I'm sorry if I'm going to put Mr. Greathead on the spot, but my question is, as you're coming up here, and I'll let you get ready for a second. It's not going to be that hard of a question for you, I don't think. It'll just be going back to budget time. This is good. Thank you. If the deputy mayor will allow me, I'm just going to ask Mr. Greathead, when we forecasted for the 2023 budget in utilities for revenues, was the potential revenue for the Sandy Dump bulk water revenue factored in for this year, or is that a zero amount still, not knowing that when that was going to get started up?
Deputy Mayor, if I can speak to Councillor Demota's question.
Certainly, Mr. Wright.
We weren't sure when we're going to be completing the Sandy Dump and bulk water station, so we didn't forecast the new earnings in, as far as I understand. We will be approaching council coming up once the Sandy Dump is ready to go and we have it commissioned, and be looking for some rate increases for that service.
Mr. Greathead? Go
So,
ahead.
Thank you very much. And just to further the question, so we will be seeing some new revenues attributed to the 2024 budget then, having that the bulk water sanitation station will be up and running by this fall.
Yes, Councillor Demota, right now the building is complete, the vault, the groundwork is done. We're waiting for Echo Electric to bring line power over to the station. We have some mechanical work, contractor will be starting on that. And then the last thing is their final electrical work and then the programming and commissioning. So we expect it to be up and running by September at the latest. We've had a few little setbacks, namely it's hard to get contractors and the number of disciplines that we required in that project. I think it was 6 different contractors that we've had on board on that one.
So we'll have a better cost recovery because of the way that the payments are being applied.
Yes, that's correct. We're going to be putting in fully metered system right now. It is pretty much on the honor system. We have a pen and a clipboard, and people are writing down their volumes that they're taking marked off the side of the marking increments on the side of their tanks. So this new system will be fully metered, full cost recovery.
And the operation, is it pay as you go kind of system for users?
There's going to be optionality. We know on the Sandy Dump side, there will be. It'll be a pay-as-you-go system. We think that we're going to be able to work in a hybridized system for like account holders and our local continuous contractors. And then for people who are here just for a one-off or whatever, we're working with the programmer right now of the metering system or the billing system, just to see if we can get all of our wishes incorporated into it.
All right. So like, I know this is getting a little deep, but it's not going to be an honor system for even for account users. You have to type in a code or use a card or whatever, and it's going to get metered regardless. It's not going to be like, oh, I took about 22 meters or whatever it was. It's going to be charged 22 meters.
Yes, Councillor Demota, that's correct.
I'm good.
Mr. Greathead, I have a question for administration. It would be interesting, I think, for council to know exactly, the 3C model is so new that what actually we do have in capital and the operation reserve and the capital reserve. It would be interesting to know those figures with making this decision. Mr. Gibbon?
Deputy Mayor Kelleher MP, the balance of those reserves, I believe, would have been reported in our audited financial statements from 2022. So the year-end balances were recently reported to council. You have to scroll through a whole bunch of pages to get to it, but they are there. I know that Director Malinchuk could also call it up, and that is an item that we would regularly report at annual budget presentations. Reserve balances are a feature of that as well. So we can certainly probably relatively quickly find the 2022 year-end balances when we come to the council budget presentations, where we've had a chance to look at the entire utilities budget and project status, where projects have been completed throughout the course of the year and what % complete they are and how much money they'll need the next year. Then we would be able to report a more accurate view of reserve balances as we head into 2024. Director Malinchuk, anything else you wanted to add?
Just that we will be coming to council shortly here about reserves. So it won't be any more than a month before you look at them a little bit deeper. There has been some transfers into the reserves for 2023. So that's what you will see as a change from the 22 year-end numbers that you see in the financial statements.
Thank you, Mrs. Bunch.
Yeah, they will be larger than what you see.
Thank you. Councillor Demota.
Well, in our pursuit of getting alternate sources of revenue and approaching the province for tools, a lot of the intention in the beginning was to help alleviate some of the residential and commercial burden from tourism. And we have an oversized water treatment plant because of tourism in our community. We have a new facility coming on board to help facilitate water consumption, virtually or mostly because of tourism. And we are able to get some revenues in that certain area, increased revenues. And I would like to see when we go into our budget debates, or we're going to have a workshop coming up here soon. Last year, we talked about moving and earmarking some paid parking revenue to certain streams. And I think we have an opportunity here as well to take some of that visitor recovery and put it back into the system to help relieve some of the burden on the businesses and residents of our community. So I think as council, we'll have an opportunity to review that and say, okay, we're making some profit here. Can we help relieve some of that capital demand on our residents, our stakeholders?
Any more debate? And before I call the question, just remind everybody that we're just moving this to council next week on July 18th. The public it'll be in the paper July 27th and August 3rd. They have an option to get back to us, in a petition to say they don't want to do it. So we can gather a lot more information in the next couple of days. So I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you, everybody. I want to thank Mrs. Melnichuk especially for all the extra information we required today, and thanks, Mr. Gibbon, for hanging in there with us.
I'm not going to sleep tonight.
And now we're on to 7.4 public transit contract, Mr. Gibbon.
Yes, thanks very much. Sorry, go ahead. Definitely.
I think we have to extend our meeting, Councillor Wilson.
Oh, thank you. I would make the motion to extend the meeting past 4 hours.
All in favor? That is carried. Continue, Mr. Gibbon. Sorry about that.
No problem. Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Keller, MP. So I'm here today with a follow-up to Council's motion of May 16th. At that time, Council directed administration return to a future Council meeting with the outlines of a satisfactory contract negotiated with PW Transit for Council approval, and that administration pursue partner contributions to offset the cost of public transportation and return to a future Council meeting with a report. This report is specifically focused on the terms of the contract with PW Transit. I'll discuss those. I can provide Council an update with information on partner contributions. My suggestion would be that that is more of an in-camera discussion because it is a bit of a negotiation, as you can appreciate, but I'm happy to provide Council a status update separately. So with this report, administration is recommending that committee direct administration complete the 3-year transit system operation contract with PW Transit Canada as proposed. And I'll cover some of the major terms of the contract. I know that you have all seen this, but I will cover some of the highlights and then ensure that we leave lots of time for questions. As you know, Grand Yellowhead and the school division's need for transportation is one of the core aspects of the service in terms of building critical mass. The school division administration and myself have been working together to assess what that demand looks like. And council and the community would have seen a survey go out from the school division. They're required to send out that survey annually, whether they're providing the service themselves or whether it's a third party like us. So that has gone out, and it's very important information for us to be able to understand what the demand need will be. Generally, the school division believes that they'll have approximately 100 students, although that can fluctuate through the course of the year, with about 36 of those students being at JPL, and then the other 70 some here in the town site. Of course, not all of those students will choose to take public transportation, but we are setting up the system concept so it directly supports the school board's needs. And you'll see in the report that we have a schedule for school pickups that's proposed to leave Jasper Park Lodge. And again, as I talk about timelines and locations, please keep in mind that these are draft transit system schedules, and stopping locations are subject to change. And so take these as draft for now, recognizing that they can be tweaked as we go on. But we would have a dedicated student service leaving the Jasper Park Lodge in the morning just before 8 a.m. At 7:50, they would come into the town site from the north end, picking up at the north end, and then doing a drop off at the school just after 8. They would then proceed down into the Cabin Creek area and coming back up along Patricia, and then doing the second drop off at the school by around 8:11. That would ensure that we would meet the bell times for the school division. And so the schedule is designed to do that. And then in the afternoon, there would be a dedicated student pickup from the school to get folks back out to home. And you can see the timings for that in the report as well. Both of those services would be dedicated school services. In discussions with Grand Yellowhead and the operator, we identified that the preferred to have a dedicated school service that would be just for students in the morning and after. We would likely use a dedicated vehicle that would be essentially a school bus for that service. And students would be able to access any of the other regular transit service as well. So if somebody decided to stay behind for an extracurricular activity, they would be able to hop on any of our regular transit stops to get back to home afterwards as well. Particularly a concern, obviously, for the JPL kids, who that distance really precludes them in a lot of ways from full participation in the community or at school. In return for this service, the Grand Yellowhead School Division has identified that they will be able to provide $115,000 annually on a calendar year basis to the municipality to support that service. And so there is that committed revenue at this time. Maybe I'll just pause there if council has any questions about the proposed school service before I move on to the general outlines of the general service and the contract.
Councillor D'Amato.
I just put my hand up because you looked at me first. I didn't see any other hands up, so I'm not scared to go first. Well, in the grand scheme of things, when we look at the overall school requisition, they don't like to call it a tax, but we pay in excess of $3 million a year, but it's not based on population. So in return, the school board has a demand to get the local children to the schools, but the metrics all of a sudden change in a different direction. It's not based on, an overall need. So because if it was, and they need to get to the school, they would have been supplying buses to get their kids to the school. But now it's like, they're not moving the initiative, it's the municipality, because some parents have asked for some support. So I'm kind of caught in this one, because I don't think that it should be our initiative to be pushing this one forward. And I think there should be more talks and what's right here. And I don't think that this model is good for the whole. It's great for the kids, and I want to support that. I just want to be clear. I'm not saying that we shouldn't, that local children and children at Jasper Park Lodge shouldn't have some type of service to get to school. I'm just saying, I just don't like this model as it is. So I think we need to tweak there a little bit.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I do like the idea of it just being a bus strictly for students at that time. And I think the option of students using the transit system outside of the school hours is great, because I don't know that if Grand Yellowhead was providing a school bus, would they come back into town at 5 o'clock to take kids back out to the lodge after they finish their volleyball lesson or their whatever? I don't think that would, I'm not sure if that would happen. My question though is, do you have other examples of municipalities or cities that have partnered like this with public transit? Or I know we asked this earlier when it was first proposed, and there was examples of students using public transit, but like a partnership like this?
Well, Deputy Mayor Keller, MP for Councillor Hall. So I think any place where students are using the municipal public transit system, there is a partnership in place to allow that to happen. I know that Strathcona County is an example. I know that Grand Prairie has been an example. I believe that Leduc is an example. So it is not uncommon. What we find most of the time is that rural school divisions will have large fleets of buses. More often, urban school divisions will partner with municipalities in something similar to this. So yes, there are many examples of this. Any example where you find students riding, city buses, if I can just use that generic term, there is likely a formalized partnership in place that would provide those students with bus passes to be able to get on the public transit free of charge. And that would not come just out of the goodness of the municipality's heart. There would be a transfer of funds from the school division to the municipality. And in this case, based on the numbers that you see in the report, the school division, that $115,000 is roughly equivalent to 20% of the total cost of the operation of the system, even though the dedicated school service less than an hour per day when school's in session. And so for about an hour, the school division is paying 20% of the cost of the operation of the toll system.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I have a question here. The insurance and the liability of this service, in which your PWT is going to be operating out of Jasper, I presume? They have
and so we can certainly talk about that, but yes, all liability, insurance, and everything needs to be carried by the operator. That's common in these types of arrangements, because we are certainly not the only municipality that has a partnership with a private operator for transit. And so that's a common arrangement. They actually will carry higher insurance than we have as our general requirements for any businesses that we partner with. I think we had, in our contract negotiations, I believe we had asked for $5 million. I think they may carry higher. I can get a bit more detail on that. But yes, all liability will be carried by the operator. And I think it's fair to acknowledge that in the case of any kind of situation where there's any sort of liability or a negative outcome, a collision or something like that, everybody's going to be named. I mean, this is just when you start to deliver services as a municipality, no matter what the legal arrangements are, there's the potential that the municipality could be named in a lawsuit, and contracts are structured in such a way to make that liability clear about where it should rest and which party it should rest with. But that doesn't stop somebody from naming us in a lawsuit.
In your report that you said of the $115,000 that we're getting from the school board, as long as the government funds it, if that funding disappears, then does that fall to us, the municipality, to keep this operation going?
So I think the answer to that is if the provincial government changes their funding for school divisions, and let's be clear, this is funding that is not specific to Grand Yellowhead. It is a provincial-wide system. So if the province decided to change their funding for student transportation, they would have bigger issues to deal with than just Jasper. They'd be hearing about it from all school boards across the province. But more to your question, Deputy Mayor, yes, we'd have a decision to make. Do we discontinue providing that service if there's no revenue coming in? And this is the type of decision that we make in lots of service areas. ParentLink is an example. ParentLink the funding was discontinued. and the municipality faced a choice about whether it was going to continue that service or not. This is just a part of the challenge of local government when you're relying on external parties to provide funding.
Just back in February, March, when we talked about this, my understanding was that parents could go on the bus with the kids, like it was kind of a shared service. Now we're down to just dedicated service. So I'm just wondering why us as a municipality wouldn't allow Grand Yellowhead just to run their own school system outside of the public transit.
But Deputy Mayor Keller MP, Grand Yellowhead certainly is free to run their own transportation system if they wished. And we would lose 20% of the revenue that can help support a broader public system. You know, I think the idea here is that in Jasper, we're a small enough community that any one entity is challenged to provide a large service like this on their own. And often the best way to accomplish things is by partnering and pooling together resources in order to deliver a more robust, consistent solution. And that's the idea with Grand Yellowhead. They absolutely have the responsibility of delivering transportation options for their students. It's a provincial requirement under provincial laws that school boards would know all about. And it's difficult for them. And as the municipality, we have heard that, you know, our residents are, you know, challenged around transportation, are seeking more opportunities to connect to the community. And we are challenged to pay 100% of the cost for some sort of public transit system. And so if we put those two pieces together, somebody who has a need and some money, but not enough money to do their thing themselves, and we who have a need and would like some money to help fill our need, then these types of partnership arrangements are a good solution to that.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Councillor Wexler.
Sorry, my question is in regards to the bus. You indicate, believe I heard you say that there would potentially be a school bus that would pick up and drop off the children. Would that be, and perhaps potentially then would remain idle for the rest of the day? They wouldn't be part of the transit fleet. So I guess my question is, would the bus belong to PWT or to the school district?
So all of the fleet in this proposal will belong to PWT. We're paying for a turnkey solution because we don't have our own buses. And so we're paying for the cost of the fleet as well as the operation of the fleet, and which includes wages and insurance and everything else. In terms of the specific units, the proposal has always been that there would be 3 units so that you have enough for backup in case, you know, a backup to a backup even. And in our discussions, you know, learning more about the school board's needs and thinking about the best way to set up the system, what we believe we've arrived on is that our backup to the backups would be the school bus. And so it would get very light use during the day. It wouldn't be our primary vehicle for the general public transportation system. But if both of our other buses broke down, we'd be able to call that school bus into service. It wouldn't be our preferred solution because physical accessibility wouldn't be the same. And just in terms of the level of customer service, it wouldn't be the same. But in a pinch, it would do. And that's why you would have a backup to a backup. You know, that school bus service could run very lightly using that vehicle, and then it could be parked for the majority of the day and called into service if it was required for the general transit system.
Go ahead.
Just one supplementary question to that. Does this, is it a legal requirement to have a school bus for the transport of school children, or could a transit bus also be okay?
Deputy Mayor Keller, MP for Councillor Waxer, no, there is no requirement to use a school bus to transport school children. As I said before, you know, public transit and transit buses are a part of school systems in many places across the province.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keller MP, through you to Mr. Given. Can you tell us how the $115,000 amount contribution from Grand Yellowhead was arrived at? I would anticipate that there is a provincial per student rate or something similar. And I will tell you, my concern is that residents of Jasper have for, of course, years been paying school taxes. It's supposed to be equalized assessment. I'm still challenged by understanding how it's equal with our property values higher. But the residents of Jasper have been paying a school assessment tax based on the value of their property, and they have never received any busing, whereas other municipal property holders in other communities have been paying apparently an equalized amount, but they've been getting busing. And so now, if there is a subsidy here at all, the taxpayers are paying a subsidy, our taxpayers, for something they've already been deprived of. It is a real challenge to see how this is equitable to our residents. And I look at that particularly in light of the fact that, speaking from my own observation of my own tax bill, I'm paying almost an equal amount on school taxes as I am on municipal taxes, and I don't get near the services that other residents in this province get from their school taxes. So again, the real question is, because there is an equitable argument here, what is the per student allocation for busing in the province? And if we have 100 students, that doesn't mean that they will all ride the bus, but apparently about 100 are eligible. So that works out to $1,150 per student is the contribution from Grand Yellowhead, or about $5.75 per trip if 100 students ride the bus 200 days a year. Of course, that's just speculative. But I want to be able to go and talk to any residents in this town and explain to them how this is equitable.
Your Worship, through Deputy Mayor Keller MP, this is equitable because it is the same system that is in place in every community in Alberta in terms of the amount of funding that comes to the school division to provide for student transportation. So Jasper, in that basis, in terms of the funding that's incoming, is in the same boat as every other high assessment community in the province, and that disparity that you're speaking about is would be replicated in every other municipality. So is school taxation equitable? I think is a different question, and that's the heart of what you're getting to. And I think, you know, we have obviously a position on that in Jasper as a high assessment community. No, it's not equitable. Is the funding for student transportation equitable or even equal across the province? And the answer to that is explicitly yes. Grand Yellowhead, I don't know the ins and outs of how long school divisions have been required to provide student transportation. My understanding is that Grand Yellowhead has tried a couple of different systems over the years, or at least recent years at least. We're all aware of the pilot school bus that they've been running and operating. My understanding is that prior to that, they were paying parents at JPL a per diem to transport their own students. I don't know the details of how long that arrangement was in place, but the district had been paying or had been providing supports for student transportation in one form or another, I would imagine, for as long as it has been required by the province. A recent change by the province has brought more students in the division in the scope of student transportation. More students have become eligible as a result of changes from the province in the spring of 2023. And so a part of this picture is that Grand Yellowhead is now responding to that increased volume of students that now qualify. All of those things, the per student amounts, the requirement to provide transportation options for students, and the amount of funding that goes community to community is all set by the province. And I would imagine, although I don't know the details, that Grand Yellowhead has been operating under all required provincial legislation, before now.
Thank you.
Councillor Zamora?
It was very clear from CAO given that schedules and loop times would be adjusted, and when I'm looking at a 24 plus seat bus, and I'm saying 24 plus 2 potential wheelchair accessibility areas, if there are more than 24 that need to get on the bus, how do we facilitate the pickup and drop off for bell ring in either direction, I guess, and more so to get the kids to school?
Deputy Mayor Keller MP, I'll just go back to that point that I made about the third unit. So our fleet, the fleet that PW would use, would be comprised of 3 different units, 2 of which would be the general purpose municipal transit system buses that would be running most of the day. And then the third one, the backup to the backup, if you will, would be a school bus. So it would be a larger bus dedicated for school use that would have higher capacity. And in addition to that, we've been working with the division to get data from their last year of operation. And, we can see that even on the coldest days, and now this was only with JPL kids, but even on the coldest days, they never actually hit the maximum of the number of kids that were registered for service. Like there was never a single day where all of the possible kids ran or, utilized the transit system, the transportation system that that Grand Yellowhead was offering. So we have a level of confidence there that we'll be able to meet the demand, and to ensure that we always have enough space, we will use a dedicated school, a dedicated vehicle for the school runs.
Councillor Wilson?
I think we can get into too far down to specific. Maybe we should hear the whole program out and how it kind of ties into each other, because I'm sure we'll probably start asking questions about the one thing we haven't heard of yet, and then probably jump back into questions. That's where we were going.
Okay, Mr. Gibbon, back to you.
Sure. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keller MP. So broadly with contract with PW Transit, this is a pretty standard arrangement for a municipality to contract an operator for fleet or for buses. As we mentioned before, and is noted in the report, PW provides this service in municipalities including St. Albert, Leduc, Airdrie, Prince George, Milton, Ontario. So this is not an unknown thing. The contract does contain general provisions ensuring that the contractor adheres to all applicable laws and regulations, including health and safety regulations. And the contractor, as we discussed before, assumes all responsibility for employee compensation benefits and indemnifies the municipality and holds insurance. The contract duration is for 3 years, proposed to commence on September 1st, 2023. Our first proposed day of service would be no later than September 6th, recognizing that that's the first day of school. And we do, as a municipality, have the right to extend the contract if we wished for 2 additional 1-year terms, subject to negotiations on rate and our determination of whether or not we were receiving satisfactory performance. I'll just pause there because I think the contract duration is an important point. The intention here is for the municipality to have a fully turnkey solution for this first 3-year period while we work towards developing our own fleet. As council knows, there are significant federal in particular, but federal and provincial grants available to municipalities for public transit, and the municipality is chasing all of those opportunities. And I have a pretty good level of confidence that we should see some success in that area over the next while. Certainly within the course of this 3-year term, I would expect that at the end of this term of this contract, we would likely be looking for someone to operate buses that we owned, which is a bit of a different arrangement. So this contract term allows us enough time to work through that federal grant process, secure fleet, and do whatever else we need to do. And I'll talk about how we can end the contract at any point if we wish, and what the costs are to that in just a moment. The fleet itself, the contractor's already started procurement of dedicated fleet for this. The graphic that you see is the ultimate configuration of the buses that the contractor is going to procure. We believe that those buses would be arriving into service in early 2024. In the interim, the contractor is proposing to use two 2022 model year 24-seat fixed capacity units. And they really are of the nature of what I would call an executive bus service. You know, we may have seen some of those around these smaller sized buses on a lighter duty chassis with sort of the black finishings and, you know, that higher quality service, because those are ones that they have in their fleet that they could have ready for September. And then we'd have that third bus that would be dedicated for the school runs that would have a higher seating capacity. But the contractor is committed to ensuring that they meet the municipality's desire for accessibility for our broader public transit system. And that's why we would have the flexibility for the units that would arrive in early 2024. The level of service, you can see the proposed schedules in the attachment. Those schedules equate to approximately 3,710 hours of service during the year, which is what was proposed in the council the strategy that council viewed and approved. The municipality, under the contract terms, does retain the right to adjust the service levels up or down. And the next report addresses changes in service. If the municipality does ask to have the service changed in a way that increases the number of service hours in excess of 20%, the municipality can request the contractor to reduce the hourly rate. So if we're going up in the volume of service that we're procuring, you know, that we're demanding, then we can request a reduced hourly rate. If we reduce the services, right? Like if we reduce the amount of service we're providing, the contractor may say that they need to have an increase to the rate, because there are some fixed baseline costs that they would have. And either of those provisions only apply when we get plus or minus 20%. So anything within 20%, 20% more service, 20% less service, we maintain the same rate. Outside of those, the municipality can ask for a discount. Or the contractor, if we're curtailing the service by greater than 20%, the contractor may ask for us an increase to the hourly rate. Any questions there before I move on?
Sorry, I still had one more school question. Would the children at Connaught Court be considered eligible for the as eligible riders on the school bus? Because I'm concerned we didn't seem to have a stop at the east end of town.
Sorry, Councillor Waxer at Cavell. So the timings that you're seeing are the major locations. To have the bus stop on the way is not a big deal. And the school division's typical standard, so if they were running a service in any of their other communities, a typical standard in public transit or in schools is that a stop should be within a 400-meter radius of any home. So, you know, that's sort of an appropriate spacing, is that every person should be within 400 meters of a bus stop. Obviously in Jasper, 400 meters is actually takes a fair bit of the town, but we'll have no problem being within an acceptable range for the school division just by the natural routing of the bus. And that would include Cavell Court, absolutely.
Councillor Hall. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I also had one more school bus question. Would the students of École de Rocher be eligible to ride the bus?
École de Rocher is a different school division. The municipality still needs to have conversation with the Francophone School Board to see whether they have an interest or not. we have not had any direct conversations with them yet. Their student population is quite small. I don't know that they have any students that are out at JPL. And I'm not sure whether they have assessed the impact of the recent provincial changes on their student population. So it was just this spring that children within the town site started to qualify for transportation because the province changed the rules. So École de Rocher may have an interest, but their student population that qualifies may be so low that it might not be as high a priority for them as it is for JPL. But certainly we would have that conversation with them as we head towards the start of the school year.
Oh, he has
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Keller MP, through you to Mr. Given, and back to the school issue, but more particularly the contract. We would be, I take it, we the municipality would have a contract with GW Transit. As the busing includes school busing, what is our position, both practically and legally, with respect to the regulatory requirements for school busing? I often see in the news some poor child left behind in a school bus, and school districts are scrambling to explain, and there's all sorts of issues. I don't want that to be a municipal issue. Is there a separate contract contemplated between the municipality and the school district where they would bear some responsibility, or is the only contract that's contemplated a contract between the municipality and the provider, and that will include a contract to provide school busing services in an area which is a bit beyond our jurisdiction?
Deputy Mayor Kelleher MP, for Mayor Ireland, and all of council, I think that the best way to understand the relationships here would be that there's essentially a flow through. So the municipality is hiring a company to drive buses to a schedule that we determine. We tell them where we want them to stop, how many hours we want them to go. And a part of what we're telling them to do is to stop in a way that it's convenient for the school board. The school board will have a contractual or funding arrangement with the municipality where they are providing us funds in return for providing a service that their students can access. Between the municipality and the school board, we can discuss what the school board, want in return for their dollars. As I said, it's not uncommon for students to use municipally provided transportation services. And so, a precedent exists for this. We're not making up something that has never existed anywhere else before. And in terms of the responsibility for students, I think all parties bear responsibility for any passengers on the bus. Certainly the school division has a responsibility for their students at all times. The municipality, as the one sort of the linchpin in these arrangements, bears a responsibility at all times, and the service provider and down to the driver who's actually on the bus have a responsibility for any passengers that are in their care. School division will provide money to the municipality. The municipality will use that money to provide service, and will tell our service provider what service we need, taking into account the needs of the school board when we're determining the service levels. And in terms of legal requirements, I am not aware of that. The school division hasn't identified any particular impediments or requirements that they would have. We did have a discussion about whether the buses could be open to the general public or whether they should be for students only. There was somebody at the council table made a comment about in the early stage that parents could be getting on and off with the kids. And we actually, there is no specific requirement in that area that's been brought to my attention. And in fact, as I said, in lots of places in a larger city, the kids would just get on the transit bus and would get off at the stop that's close to their school. We decided that we would like to have dedicated student service just because this is relatively new for Jasper, and to give parents that extra comfort that children will be traveling with children on these dedicated school runs. We provide optionality so that children may travel at later times on the general system, but the school bus runs will be dedicated to school children and students only. And that's an intentional choice, not a requirement per se, but it was a service choice that we're making in consultation with the school division.
Just on that, Mr. Gibbon, on the legal side, if the child gets hurt by another child on the bus, or there's a problem, who's responsible for that? If this child is ill and has to go to hospital or something because of that, is that on the municipality because we're running it, or is that the Grand Yellowhead? You know what I mean? Like who takes care of that liability? Is that the bus driver?
Well, certainly we would expect that bus drivers at all times would ensure that there's respectful behavior, whether they're adults or children, and they would have the right to ask somebody to leave the bus if they're not being respectful or harmful towards others. Obviously, that's going to be nuanced and slightly different with school children. I would have to clarify exactly where the school's responsibility for students begins. My belief, and I'm saying that very sort of cautiously, my belief would be that it probably starts once they're actually on school property, right? The school board is probably not liable or responsible for student behavior when they're on the public sidewalk on the outside of the fence. And that probably extends in the transit and transportation system area, and would be something that we would sort out in the arrangement between the municipality and the school division.
On your question there, I just had this vision of two glass seats on a bus and having a penalty box there. Then you're going to need a referee, and that's just, too cumbersome. Anyway, I appreciate it. I'll go forward if the mayor's done with his line of questioning. And you're good. Good segue. I hate to be stuck on this particular item before we move forward, but I just want to know, like, when I'm looking back at the transportation study, the one that was given to us or presented to us, the Jasper Transportation Strategy and Action Plan from February 14th. There's already a designated transit for school students from Jasper Park Lodge, and that was indicated in pink there, and it terminates at or near the Athabasca Hotel. I'm assuming that the school board's paying for that now. I'm wondering how much that's costing. And you know what, Mr. Gibbon, through you, Deputy Mayor Keller, I appreciate the fact that you're fielding a lot of questions, and it takes a different level of patience to be able to go through this. And we do have a lot of information in front of us, and I appreciate the temperature and positivity you're maintaining with the questions. And it's just on our side, it's just exercising again that attitude of healthy skepticism. And it's nothing against what's been put in front of us and the people that have worked on it. So I hope that that's understood, and you're not really drilling that part out of you. So yeah, just as far as that goes, like, how much is it costing do we know? And I guess the school board's currently funding it, and who is providing the service currently? Do we have that information?
Deputy Mayor Keller, MP for Councillor Demoto. I don't have information about the school board's cost for the past school year in delivering transit services or transportation services for students in Jasper. I don't have access to that information. We could probably calculate the numbers based on provincial announcements of what the per student fee is and how many riders we saw registered for the system last year. So we could calculate that, but it's sort of a, I don't want to say beside the point, but it's knowable, but I don't know that it provides a significant amount of information on a go forward basis. The school board has said that they would be willing to give us the money that they get from the province. And
I don't want to, so I'm not trying to make you repeat yourself. I guess where I was going is that the school board is contracting somebody out right now. That this is the whole thing with me, and
sorry,
right.
Councillor Demota, sorry, that part of your question, sorry, I missed that. So right now, the school division had been providing the service in-house using a Grand Yellowhead School Division bus, and Grand Yellowhead hired staff. And they have had to curtail their service because nobody wants to work for less than an hour a day. Right, you know, so it is. That's been the challenge that they've found, is that not just in terms of the costs of providing the service, it's that it is a hard job to hire for when you are looking for somebody to drive a bus for just those. And I was over the top with just an hour a day. We recognize that there's Alberta labor standards and whatever for callouts, but they have had regular turnover in that position through the course of just this past school year. And it has led to them having to discontinue some service at different times when they've been without drivers. And so they've been scrambling. And that's another area where there's this opportunity to bring together a critical mass of work to make it so it's a job that would actually be attractive to somebody.
Okay. So, and I appreciate that, and thank you. And I know that you said that in the past. And so there's an economy of scale here on both ends here. Like, we're able to help out a partner, and by their contribution, we're able to fund a bigger project. You know, and right now they seem comfortable with that, having no change. And I guess the next part of my thing will probably have to get us moved into camera, because when I go through the transportation study master plan, you know, we talk about customers, and we talk about you know, potential partners in this. And so what I wanted to do is the same thing with the school board scenario. Start with why are we doing this? So the school board, all those questions for me have been answered. Why are we getting people in from JPL? Why are we getting students in from the other areas of town to use the service? So the why part is that. So then when we're talking about other areas of Jasper and outside the community, like Pyramid Lake and these other stops, it's like, who is requiring the demand for that? Why do we need to go there? And why are we going there at this time of year? And so when we look at that, and who is needing that demand, right? So a lot of that information is in the study. But when we go out to our partners, you know, like, why do you want people to go here, and what's it worth to you to get them there? So that's why I think it's important to discuss partnerships before we move ahead on this, because I want to know, like, the overall tax contribution to this to fund it publicly. There's a higher demand on, again, tourism, and we have tourism partners, whether they're private or you know, government agencies. I want to know what their contributions are going to be, because if we're sending a bus somewhere just for the sake of sending it because somebody thought it'd be a great idea to set up a route for that, or just to get staff up to a certain area, if it's one company that needs staff up there, what's it worth to them to get that, right? Instead of, because if it was cost effective, they'd be doing it by themselves right now. And if they are, then, you know, if it's a better benefit for them to be using a public transportation system, then I want to talk about that the whole funding portion of it from external representation. Does that make sense? So, do we move in camera for that right now, or do you think that's a priority, or are there other questions?
Councillor Wilson.
I think Mr. Dick, given hasn't run through the draft route timetables, you know, I think we hear out the whole proposed program, and then we can calculate, or sorry, in camera.
I agree. I'm fully support of that.
So, Mr. Evan, continue.
Great, thank you. So there was some question at the last time we discussed this about, you know, the municipality's rights around cancellation or changes. There are two terms in the proposed contract that describe the municipality's rights. First is cancellation of the contract for default. In the event where the municipality identifies a default where the contractor isn't meeting the terms of the contract, we are required to give them a 10-day period where they can remediate that fault. But if the default persists, then the municipality can terminate the contract, which is, you know, is essentially a you know, at fault sort of termination. and there wouldn't be costs to the municipality for that. The contractor would be held accountable for any resulting damages and costs in that situation. So that would be a cancellation of the contract for default. Essentially, we give the contractor notice, they have an opportunity to correct the default, and if not, then we can cancel at no cost to us. There is also an opportunity for us to cancel for convenience. So if we decide we don't want to provide this service anymore, and we're getting out of the public transportation business, if we decide that we want to go with a different contract for any reason, the municipality wants to cancel the contract, we do have that right with 180 days notice. So about that 6-month notice timeframe. The contractor's right to consideration should just is limited to the payment for the services they performed, plus a one-time fleet demobilization transfer cost, because they are buying buses to use in our service, and they would need to move those buses to somewhere else. But the total cost of that is $5,000, and really is just reflective of, I suppose, driving those buses to somewhere else. But I think the overall message there is the municipality fully retains the right to cancel this contract at its own convenience, given enough notice, 180 days, and the cost to the municipality would be for the services rendered plus $5,000. So there is no additional penalties or lost profit or any other items like that. I know that was one question that was raised before about, if we wanted to end, what would that look like? And those two portions are spelled out in the agreement. The next section is the cost per hours of service. And one thing that I'll point out here is these costs are based on a contract year, which would run September to August. So we're giving you 12-month costs, that 3,710 hours per year at a cost of, in the first year, $134.86, exclusive of fuel. The municipality will buy fuel directly, and because we get it at a better rate through partnering with Parks Canada, and we also avoid any markup that the provider might provide on fuel. So the costs are there, and council can see them in the report. And then I guess I would go into the the other portions of the, well, maybe we'll jump down to the draft timetables, actually, the attachment. I won't go through this in detail, but it does show you the destinations, and the schedule is broken up to reflect that we have to adjust for those times when school is in session. It causes adjustments to the service, and we also know that summer is one of our peak times for general, for visitor transportation. So our proposed schedule is broken up into those 3 chunks: a winter schedule that would run from mid-October to mid-May, a summer schedule that would run from mid-May to June, so the first part of the summer season while the kids are still going to school. And then we would have a summer schedule where they're for July and August, where kids aren't going to school. Then we would revert back to the summer schedule from mid-October, from September to mid-October for the balance of the busy visitor season, before going back again to the winter schedule from October to May. I hope that that's as clear as mud, but there are essentially those 3 different versions of the schedule and timetable to reflect this sort of complicated nature of our busy time in the summer with visitors, those 2 sort of shoulder times around the summer where we have student transportation requirements, and then the quieter time in the winter when we have less visitors but still have the student transportation requirements. And you can see the destinations that are all, I think, really congruent with what was shown in the strategy and action plan that Councillor Demota referenced before. There is a bit of a break in the day under both the summer schedule and the summer schedule when school is in session and not in session. You'll see that in the Jasper Park Lodge route, that there's a bit of a break in the day. And this sort of is reflective of managing the total number of service hours, providing some opportunity for change of fleet and break for drivers. And so those 3 things together led to this sort of solution of saying, okay, we'll take a bit of a break in the center of the day At those times, students don't need to be going anywhere. If there's a visitor that is looking to go to one of the outlying attractions or to come into the town site, they're probably going to be spending, they can come in before lunch and leave after lunch. So that's that solution there. I don't know that there's anything else that I would cover. And again, these are draft. They could be tweaked, and they don't show each individual stop along the way. They show major stopping points. We have been working with, in particular, Parks Canada to identify where exactly at Lake Edith, Lake Annette would be an appropriate stopping point. They're getting the requirements from us in terms of what the fleet will look like, and they're going to get back to us with appropriate stopping locations. I saw that there was a question.
Councillor Wilson.
Well, it may lead us into in camera, but it sounds like Parks Canada is interacting with us on this fair amount, and then playing a big role, and we're servicing their clientele as well as ours. And again, I kind of jumps back to Councillor Demota's comment on, who are we partnering with? Where are our partners right now? And I think one of our biggest ones is Parks Canada, and would like to hear what those conversations have been with them.
Well, I can certainly share, Deputy Mayor Keller MP, that administration has contacted Tourism Jasper, Jasper Park Lodge, and Parks Canada. And so in terms of potential partners, we have formally approached a number of those. Tourism Jasper, we're having some informal discussions and looking if we can find with their mandate. I can give some more about the nature of the discussion with the other two parties in camera. But on the technical side, Parks Canada, because with parks, there are different kinds of asks. Certainly, we think that there's an opportunity for them to financially support public transportation because it offers benefits for them. And they're the authority having jurisdiction on a number of the places that we'd like to stop. And so in terms of where do we get to put in signs and where should the bus physically stop, they're the ones that would get to say those kind of technical things. So the conversation with them is sort of two-part. And they certainly are engaged on both of those and are working closely with us. The other thing that I'll just say about partnerships, again, I think we need to acknowledge that in the provision of something like public transit, there are benefits to be had for everyone. Residents will benefit from if we can use public transit to reduce congestion in the town site. Residents in the town site that never use public transit will benefit. If we can use public transit to ensure that the 600 or 700 people that live on property at JPL have better connection to services and programs in the town site, and can feel more a part of the community will benefit. If we can ensure that somebody staying at a campsite can come into the town site, have a meal and a few drinks, and not have to worry about driving themselves back to their campsite, the businesses in town will benefit. So, the who benefits, ideally it's everybody. It's a fair question about who benefits the most and who should contribute. And administration is well aware that there are many benefiting parties, and we have started the work of talking with those benefiting parties about how they might like to contribute to the system. And again, I'm happy to give council a little bit of insight into how that's going in camera. But I will say that we are, we will be at a point where if we want to have a service in place, we need to make some decisions. And that really is about ensuring that we make some timetable decisions, that we secure a service provider, and that the service provider has enough time to ensure that they have staff and fleet available to start up a service. The discussions with partners may be longer term. They might not happen in the same, they may not happen in advance of the startup of service. And council will have to decide if they're comfortable with that. I mean, frankly, council does have an option to say, we're going to pause on this. We're not going to do anything about transit or public transportation until we know whether we have financial support from potential partners. That is an option that's available to you. Of course, there would be some challenges around that, around you know, the startup and the partnering with the school board, who are already ready to provide $115,000. And it would also make it more difficult for our contractor to, you know, hit a timeline that is unknown in terms of when we actually want to start a service.
Councillor Wilson.
Well, yeah, I appreciate all that you said there, and you know, I like that you spoke to you know, all of the intangible benefits that public transportation can bring to us. And I think we do have that option. Yes, like if we start it up and nobody buys in, we do have the opportunity to cancel after a year and a half worth of service, I guess, or even a half year of service. You know, we have there's flexibility in the contract that we see in front of us, and I think we do have to come to the table and offer the service. And if nobody jumps on and nobody sees the benefit, well, then we tried, we offered it, and we pulled the service. But I think the partnerships out there will see the benefit in the service and come to the table, or at least I'm hopeful.
I'm curious, Mr. Given. So the service for 1 year is over $500,000, and we're providing the fuel.
Deputy Mayor Kelleher MP, yes, that's correct. All of these costs are exclusive of fuel. And that was common in both of the submissions. Either of the submissions that we received in response to the RFP provided the municipality to either an option to either have a rate that included the fuel, which left the municipality with a fair bit of uncertainty because the operator's rate would have that variability, or to do it as a pass-through. And in negotiations with the contractor, we decided, the municipality and administration decided, the clearest way and the way for us to be most in control of our costs and have the most transparency around those costs was to be doing the fuel independently. The fuel costs below are in the financial section. For the balance of the 2023 year, we estimate that it'd be just under $20,000, $19,800 for the September to December. And approximately $60,000 a year based on the number of miles that the contractor was able to calculate on our behalf.
So right now we've only secured the funding from the school. So now we're asking our taxpayers to pay over $400,000. So as Mayor Ireland said, and I'm the same, and I look at my tax bill, and I never had a kid in school, not that I mind paying my taxes. So now we're asking our business and our residents that pay school taxes to now put another $400,000 if we have no partnerships onto our tax year and fund this. So now we're asking another 4% from our community to fund transportation.
Yeah, good.
That's a lot.
But for me, it's like just increase the cost of the fare to make up. Like I think that's an easy fix if we're going to do that. So like, you know, in support of that, it's going to cost you extra for fuel, but we just spread that out through the overall fees. I think that's not going to change for the school board, obviously, but I think again, when you look at the economy of scale, paying for 20% of the overall operation here, trying to save the CEO a bit of pain. But, you know, having said that, my question is, I see that, you know, in the fleet information there that the contractor has begun procurement of 2 new units. I'm hoping that's just a refundable deposit. Because we don't have a signed contract yet, and I'm a little nervous. So that I guess that's part of my first question. And then the second part is, what happens if there is a cancellation in the contract from our side? Are we on the hook for the purchase of new vehicles? And that because they're making a commitment. Thank you.
Mr. Given.
Deputy Mayor Keller, MP. So that cancellation for convenience is the term. And that's the one where the municipality's only cost would be the demobilization / transfer cost of $5,000. So if we started, if say December, January 1st of 2024, we said, you know what, we did 6 months, we gave it a good try, but we're done. Then we give our 180 days notice, and 180 days into 2024, we're out of the service. All we have to do is provide the contractor with their fee for the service that they provided during that 180 days, and we pay $5,000, and we're done.
Councillor Melnick?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keller, MP, and thank you, Council, for all of your comments. And Mr. Gibbon, thank you for the information and bearing with us as we've gone through the contract discussion. I think the last comment that you made, or the last statements regarding the cancellation of convenience, should we decide that the service is not what we expected, I think for us to see this service have any sort of success is we want to start it off during a high season and not going into the low season. I think while it would be nice to start in September because it coincides with the school year, that has us on the hook for 7 months paying for a transportation service that, we maybe really haven't truly decided that the schedule here that's proposed is really what we need. I just want to continue, if you don't mind me rambling for a bit. When you buy a restaurant, you want to buy it at the beginning of the busy season so you have the cash flow. Same thing, if we're going to have success in promoting a schedule for a bus service, we want to have it set up to start going into the busy season with all of our partners who are going to be able to help us promote it, with our tour wholesalers, with our hotel partners, with our restaurant partners, with our funding partners, yet to be determined. And so I think from my point of view, that I'm not saying that we shouldn't be doing a transportation service. I'm saying we have to be strategic. And when we start a transportation service, then the second thing is we have to understand what we're providing. And I look at the schedule and I see that Pyramid Lake Group was included for 7 months in winter. But the skating up there is only open for 2.5 months. There is not a lot to do up at Pyramid Lake. And if you're dropped off, and this is a schedule that's proposed, it's not in stone. But if you're dropped off there and you're up there for 5 hours before the next bus, that's kind of hard to see where you're going to get ridership up there. So I'm not saying we shouldn't be going to Pyramid Lake. I'm just saying that maybe we need to be a little better at high season, scheduling a service where it makes sense to go up there. And it may be only seasonal. It may only be from mid-May till mid-September. The last thing is, we heard the community conversations, and I did ask specifically about the questions, how is this service best servicing our residents and our employers? And how does it help their staff members? And I'm not convinced yet that this particular route schedule accomplishes what we're hearing in community conversations. So regardless of the dollar amount involved, which can be substantial here, I think we need to really think hard about when's the best time to start it, when's the best time for success. And, if we determine after the busy summer that it was successful, then maybe, yes, we'll carry through the winter. If we're seeing that the service, I think we also have to give the service an opportunity to run a couple of years. So we have before we do the clause of this not working out, we still are paying 180 days worth of service. So give or take, it's $250,000 we're on the hook for, over and above the $5,000. So lots of things to consider. And I saw the option that perhaps we delay this. We have that option as well, and be a little more strategic. That might be a little more prudent, where we have funding partners in place and we have some commitments, and then we can, if we have those kind of in place by the end of this year, then we've got 3-4 months to start promoting the service so that when people arrive here, they realize that we do have this service. And I appreciate Deputy Mayor allowing me to ramble, but I just tried to consolidate a lot of my thoughts into one opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Mr. Given.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Keller, MP. A couple of points. First, as I said before, transit schedules can be adjusted, routes can be modified, changed, dropped, and our contract explicitly allows that. There's nothing saying that the timings or the routes that are shown here need to be the same for the entire contract. In fact, explicitly, we can change them. And if those changes are plus minus 20%, there's no change in our cost of delivering the service. So that's fine. I think it is something that you find out based on utilization. A part of the service that the contractor is expected to provide is to measure passenger counts at different locations and stops and be able to provide that analysis to us so we can decide and make data-informed decisions about what routes are useful and when they're useful. The other thing, in terms of the right time to start, I guess from an administrative perspective, we appreciate certainty. And we can be 100% certain of our partner revenue if we start in September, because we know that the school division is ready to come to the table. Then that is the only revenue, and I'll be very frank, that is the only revenue that's certain at this stage. Starting in a peak tourist season likely means that the school board would, they're not going to come on in May for student transportation. They will seek a September start, and that might be fine if it was September of 2024 for us. But it does mean that guaranteed revenue would wait. And we don't know how long it will take the tourist market, the visitor market, to start to utilize the service. So I think from an admin perspective, we'd actually kind of see it the opposite way. We would prefer to start in September with guaranteed revenue and known passenger demand, and we can see how much utilization we get over those slow periods. We can work out any of the kinks in the service prior to hitting the extremely busy periods in the summer. The other, I think, important consideration for council is reputational risk. Certainly, Grand Yellowhead is very interested in partnering with us. They, I think maybe even a bit ahead of what I would have, and have had a conversation with them administratively about to what extent they're suggesting that the municipality will be doing this. They have an obligation to do it. And so if we decide not to, that's on them. We haven't signed anything with them, but I think we should acknowledge that there's a reputational risk, and their willingness to partner with us next year might be different if we drop them this year. And so, I don't think that's a make or break, is outside of our control, but is something that's worth consideration. But again, from an admin perspective, the certainty of income comes with that school division partnership, and probably more so than the visitor tourist business, which we don't know exactly what that will look like. And I would hate to start a service maybe a bit like the paid parking system. We started that for peak tourist season, and we sure felt the kinks of that in the first year. I would prefer to start a new service through a quiet time where we can dial in the service, knowing what our revenue is going to be, so that we can provide an exemplary service to visitors when that peak season starts again the next year.
Councillor Melnick, that is your hand.
Thank you, and thank you for the observations about the guaranteed revenue. But that guaranteed revenue is offset with guaranteed cost. There is no real benefit. We're going to get the benefit. We're going to get the revenue from Grand Yellowhead. We're going to spend the money to provide the service. If we don't do the school portion of it, we don't incur the cost. So while I appreciate the revenue side, it equally needs to be recognized that by not doing it, we're not incurring the cost side. So, we may not be able to be all things to all people. We may have to be maybe start small and grow big, as opposed to go big and then have to cut back. So I think we need to have a second look at what we're trying to accomplish with this transportation service. And maybe again have an opportunity to discuss, what are our true priorities and how can we best satisfy, the needs of everybody, the residents who are our ratepayers, the businesses who are our ratepayers, and if we can incorporate the school, potentially, then we could have a win-win-win. We may not be able to do that.
I think there were a couple people ahead of me. I just want to make sure it's.
Councillor.
My concern would be proceeding without having some of the other partnerships in place. If there would then be a perception that we were managing just fine without their contribution, and would it hinder our ability to develop more financial partnerships in the community?
Deputy Mayor Keller, MP, just in terms of partnerships, I think it's important to maybe share a bit of perspective about the enviable position that Jasper's in. Outside of maybe Banff, I don't know, and I don't know of any areas where there is private funding or external funding coming into public transportation, other than school divisions, through that type of partnership that we've already discussed at length. I would be surprised to find that there are other areas where third parties are providing general funding to public transit systems. There may be operational service agreements. People may buy bus passes for their employees. I've heard of those things. There's a pretty common arrangement where at colleges and universities, the Students Association will add a fee to the student fee, and then that gets passed on to provide what's called a U pass or a student pass for transit to allow university and college students to use transit systems. So those types of things exist, but I think there are probably very few places where private entities provide grants to public transit systems. I think we have a good potential for that in Jasper, but I don't think we should expect that it's going to carry the cost, because that is not seen in, I would venture to say that's not seen in any other municipality where external contributions carry the major cost of providing public transit.
Councillor Denoda, then Mayor Arlen, then Councillor Hall.
All right. I have to be careful with this because there were a large portion of councillors, at least three that were not part of the discussion to grant the contract opportunity. So part of my lack of support for that motion was because we identified a gap or maybe an inefficient process, an inadequate process in our RFP advertising. And we decided after that decision to review that because it was inadequate. And I think that, and from my position, that was a mistake. And I think if we saw that there was a problem there, we should address that first and then maybe go back and go for another RFP process. We're kind of caught now. But today I haven't really heard anything that makes me want to change things. And we've heard about some of the benefits, but we have a housing shortage in the community. We have a staff shortage in the community. And one of the drawbacks to this whole thing is now that we have competition coming in to our community, that's going to be requiring staffing that requires a certain type of skill level to drive a vehicle. And there are certain people in the community already that are here that do that. And as a municipality, I know that we do compete for jobs in the community for human resources because we're providing services, but we don't really provide services that are being offered by the private sector. We don't house people, like as far as we don't provide overnight accommodation for profit, that kind of thing. Or we don't have like our own restaurant services, anything like that that's already available in the community. So we do have a supplier in the community, and by bringing this on, we're going to be assisting in the competition for staffing, whether it's drivers or any other component. The other issue I have, and is that I think that it's been said that it's quite difficult to start business in Jasper. We're really taking away a lot of that red tape for somebody to come in and start up an operation here. And I'm having a lot of issues. It's great that we're having these discussions, but I'm not comfortable in moving forward with something that I think that was inadequate to start with. But I do want to talk about partnerships.
Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keller-MP. I will follow the lead of Councillor Melnick and perhaps ramble a bit. I have concerns going back again to contractual matters, and I just want to get some clarity. I understand that subject to the direction the council committee gives today, administration could be directed to complete a 3-year contract with PW Transit. And I'm worried about a couple of aspects. And firstly, I take it, Mr. Given, that the negotiations have been had, and what's presented to us is something that is the result of back and forth between the parties. And so I'm not going to suggest that we necessarily renegotiate now, but in terms of cancellation for default in particular, I raised earlier a question about a contract with Grand Yellowhead, and you indicated that there would be a funding agreement. But it seems to me to be critical to combine the two. Otherwise, the municipality could be in a position where they could not respond to a default by the contractor without putting themselves in default to Grand Yellowhead. So in other words, if we had reason to terminate the contract, we would be unable to provide whatever it is we agree to provide to Grand Yellowhead, and we would be hooped. And so we might have to live with a default by the contractor because we have our own external obligations. So I'm just suggesting that the funding agreement and the terms of the service that we provide has to dovetail with whatever the terms and conditions of the contract with the provider might be. That said, there's, again, in the cancellation for default, I would ask that administration at least consider the possibility of some defaults being so egregious that there can be no remediation and they could result in immediate termination of the contract. And I'm thinking specifically of, say, the school busing. I am going to assume, but without actually knowing, that people who drive school buses probably have to have criminal record checks. If it comes to our attention that the service provider has skipped that step because the market just doesn't allow it, and that comes to our attention, I'm inclined to think that is grounds for immediate termination, not remediation 10 days down the road. If students don't get picked up and miss exams and suffer consequences, there is no remediation. So it just seems to me that there are different classes of default. some of which can be subject to a 10-day period for remediation, but others possibly not. And from the negotiations today, it just appears to me that that has not been addressed. For cancellation for convenience, again, if it's open to go back, I would prefer to increase the $5,000 penalty and decrease the notice period to say 90 days. If we were to determine in December that it just wasn't working, we would still be stuck with the service until June of the following year, which is that 6 months will seem interminable to me. So I would be inclined to pay more to get out quickly if that is still something that is open to discussion with the provider. And the final point that I want to make, and again, it's just an inquiry because I don't have the necessary information, but my understanding is that when the province announced in mid-March of this year the changes to both funding and requirements for school busing, they announced another $400 and some million of additional funding to school boards across the province to provide busing, and they did that in part because they reduced the radius. So as we see in the report, it's 2 kilometers now for high school or grades 7 to 12, and 1 kilometer for younger students, and that's down from 2.4 kilometers. But embedded in that, as I understand, were changes also to the distance of the residence of any student to the bus stop. And so if we take on school busing, it is not just every student within either the 1 or 2 kilometer radius, but there is a subsidiary radius that it has to be within some distance of that student's residence. And that has to be driving distance. They took away walkways, so kids can't be expected to walk across the field to get a bus. That bus has to be within a radius measured on a drivable surface. So I don't know where that puts us in the number of bus stops that we might need to pick up potentially 100 students. And I don't know if there's a requirement that we provide a bus stop, an actual shelter. So then we need land and we need capital. So you're saying no, and that's a good thing, but I don't know that. But if we have to stop every few hundred meters to meet the other guideline, are there any requirements that somebody has to provide? Well, we would have to provide space to park a bus, I presume. And you're indicating that we wouldn't have to provide a shelter. But do we have that information? Are you able to respond to any of those concerns?
Well, there's from the start of when you started speaking, Your Worship, the 90 days, and the different clauses of default. I think that those are reasonable things to raise. And if council gave direction for administration to address those prior to initiating the contract and report back, absolutely, that's something we could do. We could check with the contractor and go through a bit of negotiation. Say, okay, if it was a 90-day termination instead of 180 days, what would that look like? And that's, we certainly left room for that in the alternatives in the report. In terms of the, providing shelters, I don't know of any school division that provides shelters for school buses. Like that, I just don't think that exists anywhere. I think that municipality could choose to do that if we wished. I think that would be a down the road decision. And there certainly would be a capital implication, but there would be zero requirement on the municipality as a result of providing student transportation, because I'm not aware of any other school division that does so. And in fact, if you go through rural Alberta, there's some pretty creative bus shelters at the end of rural gravel roads. And I think those are provided by the individuals and families that are there. In terms of where would buses stop, that absolutely is something that the municipality will have to think about. We do have congested roadways, and we'll have to think about where exactly buses will stop for the general transit routes, as well as for the student transportation. That is clearly something we'll have to manage and may change from time to time. And I think that maybe gets to most of the points. Oh, I will just say that we have tested this proposed route and schedule with the school division, and they didn't foresee any problems with it. So I certainly rely on their expertise for them to understand what they have to deliver in terms of student transportation and whether or not what we're proposing meets that. They haven't given any indication that what we're proposing here would need some sort of significant revamp or adjustment in order to meet the provincial requirements.
Councillor Hall. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It's great. I think that public transit is a really good thing, and I fully support it, whatever we decide we're going to do. I did over the weekend. I had help doing a little bit of research into other communities and what it costs their towns and how many hours, and we're not out of line with $500,000 for this many hours. In fact, it's a bit low in certain areas. Mind you, these are all 2020 numbers, but I think they should be like Fort Saskatchewan, Spruce Grove. I looked into Dawson Creek and Fort St. John. Some of the BC communities get help through BC Transit, a little bit of subsidy. Banff is, like, when I think about partners and who we could bring on as partners, the school division is a great one. I kind of only think that Parks Canada might be the only other one that would directly give us money, maybe as well as potentially advertising in those buses. That's where you can get the money from private business. But how Parks does it is, or in Banff, Parks is like a customer, so they request service to certain areas and they pay that full service. So they're not just getting a chunk of money, they're requesting, like I look at, so Sales Lake and that's not really us. Maybe Parks can request that service and pay for just that service. This $500,000 for 3,700 hours is not outrageous compared to the 10 or so other areas, other cities I looked into. So I just want to say that because I think again, do we have that money to do it? And are we going to do it? That's a different question, but it's not. This isn't out of line.
Councillor Demota.
Yeah, I know that there's talk about taxation dollars and stuff like this, and I would just, if we're going to operate at a loss after recouping, whatever revenues we can from these processes, it would be hard on me individually after going through all these years fighting for resort municipality status and being forced into situations where we have to charge for parking in the community to help alleviate some of the tax burden, to be using that money that we're made those initiatives for to be bleeding it out on the other end of a transit system that's, yes, it's going to benefit the community, but at what cost again, because a lot of the usership in this scenario outside of the school thing is visitor to support visitation again. So, it's just, to me, it's kind of a no-win for the community when it comes to that financial contribution. So if we're going to go a certain way, I want to make sure it's profitable for and beneficial for everyone as a whole.
Mr. Gibbon?
Well, I'll just say, there are two bits to what Councillor Demota said. First, that it's beneficial to everyone and that it's profitable, and those things are not mutually exclusive. There is no public transit system that I'm aware of that operates at a profit. Just to be, and we can be clear and transparent about that because the facts show it everywhere. Municipal transit systems operate at a loss or at a subsidy, depending on how you want to look at it. And I think when we position it as a subsidy, it's a recognition that there are broad community benefits, getting the second part of what you're saying, Councillor Demota, that accrue from the provision of that service. Just like recreation, there are no hockey rinks run by municipalities that operate at a profit. I'll go out on a limb and say that that's the case. And because we recognize that subsidy or loss is a recognition that there's broad benefits that accrue to the community. And really it is a policy choice or council's level of comfort that may change from time to time about, well, are the benefits worth the subsidy or the loss. And I think we can talk freely about that. I have no expectation that this service will make money. I have no expectation that this service will break even. If we did, everybody would want to be us, because there isn't a public transit system that breaks even. And so if we solve that, I would write a book, I would sell the book, and I would live off the profits of selling the book because every other municipality want to know how we did it. I think our unique position of our visitor traffic, of our potential for other funding partners, means that we can probably have one of the lowest municipal tax subsidies of municipal transit systems. I think that's possible. I do not think that the system will operate with no municipal tax subsidy. And I frankly don't mind saying that, because I think we should be honest about what we're asking the municipality to get involved in. That's really the question that's in front of council. And the other thing that I would just like to highlight first, well, additionally, I'm feeling a little bit freer to participate because we haven't got to motions yet. So we're not in debate yet even. But we are, in terms of what's being discussed today, administration is looking to understand whether council thinks these are the right contract terms. If council thought that the service design was incorrect, there was, we have built to this stage. And for me, it really started with the Economic Recovery Task Force that was struck coming out of COVID. And the establishment of a public transit system was one of the recommendations from the Economic Recovery Task Force that was made up of a majority of non-municipal members. And so going back to that, when I had just arrived in 2021, this idea of public transit has been incrementally built in a way that the past council and this council have had an opportunity to come along and influence each part of the system design and the service. And we're now at a stage where it is really, so do we deliver some service or do we not? And if the answer is we will not, or we will not at this time, that's fully within council's authority. And there are implications to making that decision at this point. Going back to the drawing board, redesigning the service and the strategy and action plan is totally allowed. And there'll be additional expense to that. And it comes with some risk of whether or not the school division will be interested in partnering with us in the future. And all of those things are okay as long as council is aware of the implication of any of those decisions.
Councillor Melnick, then Councillor Bloda.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keller MP. Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Your comments actually are most appropriate as to where I'm going, and I appreciate that coming out of COVID, there was a task force that public transportation would be an important part of coming out of COVID, and it goes back to my point about there's not, just because we had a transportation study that said a 12-month service was a recommendation, doesn't mean it's the right recommendation. And the coming out of the COVID, how we move forward, having public transit would be advantageous. But we try to take the best of that, which would be have it advantageous for the highest demand, and then cut it off in October, we started in May. You're going to reduce a lot of expense. You have a better chance, I think, of a less. Mr. Gibbon made the comment about having the lowest subsidized public transportation. If we keep it just to a seasonal service for the benefit of workers, campground, get people around the park, whether it's to JPL, Lake Edith, up to Pyramid, and do that well, I think, we'll save a fair amount of public money. The public school board has demonstrated they can operate a bus service on their own. They don't need us. And perhaps that might be the best route in the interest of all parties, because then they're controlling their service. We're not tied in the longer term. There's nothing that I saw in that public study. In fact, I don't even think having the school board as part of it was in that study. So we're trying to force some ideas together. I really think that, you know, we may have missed the boat for this summer, but we could do a really good job for next summer with input from some of our partners, recognizing we want to try to help our residents. How can we best schedule a service to get people to work when they have to be to work? How do we get people from the campsites in? How about, you know, I like seeing some of that late evening transportation, which I don't think was done in the pilot project. I think we have we can have some good movement forward if we maybe divorce ourselves from this current schedule. And I recognize that there'll be additional costs involved, and you know, I just don't know if this schedule and this service is what's right for the community, in view of a lot of the comments that have been made.
I know you're next, Councillor Demota, but I would just like to jump on this. You know, I am totally against taking on the school bus. I think that should be run by the Yellowhead School Board. They deal with the students. I think they should carry the liability. If they're having problems keeping their drivers, then the minimum it's 6 hours a day for that, because you give your driver 3 hours in the morning, 3 hours in the afternoon. So that's a 6 hour day job. They're responsible to control the children on the buses, to make sure they're not hurt, etc. But to Councillor Hall's point, she said, you know, it would be great for kids to be able to stay on and then jump on a public transit system to go back. When I was at FCM, one of the things I did take away from FCM and talked to a couple of councillors from Yellowhead County and Edson about it, and and one of the sessions I was at talk about transportation on demand. I would have no problem putting money into a fund for community outreach services so that they could set up with some of our CAT companies that these kids could stay at school, and then they're transported back to JPL or whether Stone Mountain if it's very cold or wherever. I think, you know, it's for the vulnerable. Well, I think if that need is there, I think council could put some money into a fund and let it operate out of community services if there's a huge need for that. I agree, you know, to spend $400,000 with all we're spending already is that we don't know how it's going to turn out. I think we're better off to start in high season, and maybe it is only a summer thing. Let the school board do their thing and go from there. Start small and build. But it's like we're jumping in with 2 feet into this transportation. And just for me, I think, you know, $400,000 subsidy is a lot of money. That is another 4% for the next 3 years per year, plus the gas. On top of that, another 20,000. We're asking our residents, our businesses to support without partnerships. And I think it's just too much for our community. And again, I just look at my own tax bill. I'm paying $1,600 and something to the schools. Why am I now supporting another $400,000 for a transit system? I think it's crazy. That's just my Councillor Demota and then Councillor Wilson.
Right. Okay, I like how you do that, Councillor Wilson, that way. It's great. So we set some precedent in the past when we had an accommodation provider move within our boundary, and because of their makeup and where they were asking for the same type of tax relief that we offer institutional entities in our community. And we declined that because it wasn't the right thing to do. And we got a lot of feedback from the business community and accommodation providers saying that we would be unfairly, taxing our competition or supporting our competition. And, again, I'm kind of stuck in this scenario where, we have local providers in our community that pay taxes and contribute to our net tax envelope, our requisition to operate in the community. And it just, to me, it seems like the same thing. It's just on a different side of an operational ledger. And to me, I can't support this because of that. To me, it doesn't make any sense. And I know that from me, it reeks protectionism, but at the same time, I don't know why would we be doubling up in our community when we already have a provider here that has storage area, that has vehicles, that has staff. And I know that they would have to expand or whatever that is. To me, we're bringing an outside thing, and I still think that our process wasn't weighed properly. Like the fact that we already had a contributor to whatever the information has come forward to provide for us to make decisions that, we had somebody that showed we can make it work in the park and in our community. And then that didn't carry as much weight as it should have, I think, in my own mind. So, and I know that was a different discussion, but it's still here, and I'm having a hard time moving forward because of that. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Well, it's unfortunate those concerns weren't raised while we were having that discussion, and the administration was directed to go and work on a contract with PWT. But that was just in response to what I hear you speak there. But so anyway, I do not want to see us move backwards in this. There is funding like very soon available for public transportation such as this, and I think we need to be ready. Unfortunately, Councillor Melnick, I did listen, and I did agree with many things that you're saying there. But what I don't want this to be is a tourism-based tourism-based transportation service. That's not what we're in it for. We're in it for public transportation, and public transportation is needed year-round, and most definitely more in the winter for say students who or individuals who aren't walking from Cabin Creek or the far reaches of town. So I think there will be buy-in in the winter. I kind of do agree with you starting it in the high season and rolling into the winter, but what I don't want it to be is a seasonal thing, because then it's just for the tourism industry, and then we are more so competing with local transportation providers. But this is different. We're proposing a public transportation system, and I think that has to be said. And what I don't also want to do is chase away our only partner. We're all talking about partners, and we have one at the table, and they're bringing a substantial amount of money. And these are children of our residents who need the service and need to be able to send their kids to school and get to work in time. I think it's not just offering a service for the Grand Yellowhead, it's offering a service for our residents, and they are our only partner. They're our only profit at this point. I think we don't want to chase them away. So yes, I do agree with you. Starting in the in the high season may be beneficial, yet it's also beneficial to have a partner at the table. And if we're going to start in September and offer one part of the service and then roll into the busier season, I still support that. And Councillor Moda spoke as if there was local providers offering this. If there isn't, and that's why we're here at the table. That's why we're talking about public transportation. And I think we need to be ready for, sorry, to grab lawn. I think maybe that's the theme today, but to go back to FCM, the housing grants and housing money that's out there federally is going to be based on communities offering public transportation. We heard that from the the Prime Minister. There is money out there, but it has to be. I think we have to be offering the right things, and like I heard was housing monies will be based on public service or public transportation. And again, there is public transportation money out there as well, and I think you've got to be ready for it. I don't want to be sitting on our heels waiting for the money to come in and then try to fire something back up. I think we've got momentum here, and I think we should be moving forward with it.
Councillor Hall, did you have Councillor Nolan?
Thank you. And I appreciate Councillor Wilson's comments. I think I heard you say that we have profit from Grand Yellowhead.
Yeah.
It's revenue from Grand Yellowhead, which is net neutral. So there is no, it's not profit. I don't want the public to understand that we're getting a profit. Secondly, when you made an observation about us competing or, making this a tourism only service, I'd like to note that we had about 2,000 seasonal workers who require additional transportation. And so, it is meant to get them to and from work as well, which helps the community. And the third observation was about us, in the off season. If we're doing a service in the off season, we're actually competing at a time when there's less business. So we're actually competing with operators who are currently here. Those are just observations based on what all of us are going to have to deliberate for how we move forward. Yeah.
Councillor Wexler?
I think I just was pulling up a saying that I think resonated for me, which is that the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. And I think that there are some significant advantages to the partnership with the school division. I don't see it as a separate entity. I think there is leverage and potential positive by having those partnerships, and I don't see it as revenue neutral. I think it does give us, the whole is greater than some of the parts. I think that's right.
Councillor Demola?
I was just going to say, if we're getting close to going in camera, I would like to ask for a recess for a cover break.
Yes. So I'm going to let Mayor Arlen go first, then.
I've heard, thank you, Deputy Mayor Keller-MP. I've heard three different descriptions now from three different councillors about the contribution by Grand Yellowhead, and I am still at a loss. I think it is not profit, it is revenue. That's a neutral term. But I also heard net neutral, and I heard a suggestion that in fact there is a benefit. But I still don't know. And it seems to me that it is a relevant consideration. I'm not opposed to the idea of operating school busing on behalf of Grand Yellowhead as part of an overall public transportation service. But I would like to know that they are contributing a fair share. And I haven't heard anything that convinces me that that is the case. It must be, and in fact, in the terms, in the briefing note that we have, there is a reference to the contribution being contingent on the province maintaining the current funding model. So I take it there's a funding model out there that says what the funding requirements are across the province. And it seems to me that there is no chance that Grand Yellowhead would be able to operate its own transportation service in this community for $115,000 a year. So this is a bargain for them to have us do it. And I'm prepared to partner, and I can understand that partnerships will lead to some synergies and some cost savings potentially. But I still need to be more satisfied that the contribution reflects reality and provides equity to our taxpayers who pay, in addition to municipal taxes, pay the school tax. And I'm just not sure that I have heard a number that tells me what the comparable is, but that's all I'm looking for, so that I can go to taxpayers in the community and say, yes, I think you're getting a fair and equitable deal with respect to the school busing portion of public transportation in Jasper. And I'm struggling to find that, but we all agree it's not profit, it's revenue of some nature, but is it net neutral or is it more than they would be required to pay? And so, or what is the subsidy that our taxpayers are going to be paying for, that is our municipal tax base would be paying for something that I think most will see as a school division responsibility. And I'm just looking for those numbers, and Mr. Given has come back on the screen, and so go ahead, maybe he has that, and then I would invite the chair to accede to Councillor Demota's request for the comfort rating.
Sure. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Keller, MP. So just on the school divisions, and this is rough math. If you look at the length of service, the school bus run, I'm going to generously say that's 2 hours a day, for some time for the bus to get there and back. But if you look at the amount of time between when they pick up at JPL and drop off the final run at the school in the morning, and then pick up at the school and drop off the kids, that's not a total of 2 hours, but I'm going to be over generous and say that it's 2 hours. I'm going to add more time. So that service will exist for 268 days. So 268 times 2 hours of service, that's 536 hours of service out of a total of 3,710, I think is that number that we're looking at. So out of that, so they're getting far less than than the sort of resolution of they're paying more than 20% of the total cost of the service, and they're getting less than 20% of the hours of service. So, well, that might not be profit. Are they paying a percentage that's reflective of the percentage of service they're getting? They're paying more.
Thank you, Mr. Gill. That's a fair analysis. I hadn't done that myself, but I appreciate it. But it is an attempt to answer the equity question that I will get from constituents, and that's why I ask it. So thank you for that.
Councillor Wilson, do you want to speak before I call the break?
That's gonna go.
Breaking their equipment.
No, it's great. It was just on, I will, just because it has to do with what Mayor Ireland was saying, that this year, we're Grand Yellowhead's committing 108. Are they? I think it's 108 or 115. If we don't feel that that's equal, what's holding us back to say next year? Well, we think it's worth 150 for you guys. Or I think there's flexibility in the schedule and the agreement. If maybe Mr. Given can speak to that, but I don't think we're bound to just that commitment from them. I think we could probably ask for more if we feel it's worth more to them.
Deputy Mayor Keller, and I'll just say that, this is not the document in front of council is not at all a revenue document. And I appreciate the difficult position that puts council in, because we're asking you to decide on costs before understanding the full and confirmed picture of revenue. That's a difficult position to be in, absolutely. But to be clear, we have an ability to go and negotiate with partners for more or less, or get different partners, or increase fare costs, or what, absolutely all those things are possible. Unfortunately, that isn't what's in front of you today. And again, that is a difficult position, because you're being asked to consider and commit to a certain level of expense and cost without finalization of revenue. And so to Councillor Wilson's question or point, I suppose, that he was making, absolutely, administration could go back and say that's not enough, but it doesn't change the costs of the system. I mean, we could say we're not able to go to JPL at any other time of day other than to pick up students unless JPL wants to pay, or we're not able to go to Pyramid Lake unless Pyramid, the property up there wants to pay. We absolutely can do those kind of things. And those types of changes would impact the amount of service that we provide and would reduce our costs. So it is a bit of a chicken and egg, and I suppose we're starting with, well, whichever is your favorite, we're starting with the egg here. And we still have to see what the chicken would look like in terms of revenue. But it is a difficult position, because you do need to start somewhere. Or we can not do anything right now and take more time to have more things confirmed and in place before doing anything. And that's a choice that is available to council. I will say from, my administrative recommendation is in the report. It is that council should move forward with the contract, some tweaking, as sort of noted by Mayor Ireland. But my advice would be that establishing the service will draw partners in. It will be a challenge, in my view, and again, council will assess this on your own, but my advice would be that it will be challenging to draw partners in when there is no service precedent that they can see the benefits of and contribute to. I know there was some discussion about going in camera. I can give some insight into the nature of conversations that we've been having already, but I think they are dependent on the startup of a service. And getting commitments will be difficult in the face of not having any service. But I appreciate there's a need maybe for a break, so I'll conclude my comments there, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to call a break. We will return at 3:40.
This bill wants to discuss partnerships.
Hello, Mr. Given. So, Mr. Given, at the start of this topic, you had indicated that you had some information on partnerships that could not be spoken at the public meeting, and you suggested an in-camera session. I think there's some councillors interested in going in camera. So if I have a councillor to make a motion to go in camera. Councillor Wilson, make that motion at 3:41. I reckon about 15 minutes, 20 minutes, Mr. Given. Okay, and then the general public can expect us back on camera at 4 o'clock. We've now moved in.
We need to vote. We need to vote.
All in favor? Thank you, and we will see everybody that's watching at 4 o'clock. Thank you, everybody, for your patience and waiting for us. We are 25 minutes late. I do apologize. The meeting is back in session. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor RCMP. Appreciating that we were required to go in camera to discuss matters of some sensitivity relating to ongoing negotiations with third parties. I wonder, Mr. Given, without revealing all of the details, can you just enlighten us publicly as to the amount of requested funding that has been extended to potential partners to cushion the blow?
Deputy Mayor Keller MP, yes, Your Worship. At this time, administration is in discussions with potential partners for a total amount of about $317,000 in annual funding. That includes the $115,000 that is confirmed from the Grand Yellowhead School Division. So there's another 202,000 in requests that we have out right now. There is also some other opportunities that are not direct support for the transit system that we see some partnership opportunities that may be possible in the future that could be in the area of that $50,000 to $100,000. So at this time, we're in direct discussion with parties for the requests that we've made are for about $317,000 in funding annually. $115,000 of that is confirmed, which is the Grand Yellowhead School Division.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Well, that's all.
No,
There's one. We'll just keep going. Well, that's all promising information, and thank you for that. And we look forward to, that becoming public at whatever point those negotiations unfold. And I think that money's only going to be there, or those opportunities are only going to be there if we keep moving forward with this project that we've been talking about for a few years now. And I know it's difficult, it's nerve-wracking, it's a lot of money, but I think communities do need to be moving towards public transit, and climate change comes into that conversation, and affordability comes into that conversation, and these are all things that municipalities should be addressing. I feel like I would be willing to make the motion that community direct administration to complete the 3-year transit system operation contract with PWT Transit Canada as proposed, with the the knowledge that we can manipulate the schedule as discussed earlier. We can add or subtract hours depending on need and usage. And again, the idea that if it isn't working, we can cancel our commitment to the contract. And I just feel like we have to keep moving this initiative forward. And we owe it to not just our residents, but users users and visitors of our community and the national park.
Discussion. Councillor Jamal.
Well, if that's an official motion, you beat me to it. I was more in favor of the latter alternative with bringing this back to budget for the next year. My desire was to come back next week and rescind the motion that we initially established in granting. But that causes a lot of complications with representation on council to help make that decision. And I think that the people that voted in favor of this are entrenched and staunch in their position. So I'm not going to fight that one. I won't be supporting this as it is right now. Thank you.
Councillor Waxer.
Sorry, I believe that Mayor Ireland had raised the question about shortening the length of time and increase, and I'm not sure we covered that in the motion.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Waxer. And I was going to speak to that. not sure that it can be accepted as a friendly amendment, but you got there first. The motion that I might have made was that committee direct administration to return to committee of the whole with revised contract provisions as to cancellation for default and cancellation for convenience for council consideration, and that committee direct administration to return to committee of the whole with proposed terms and conditions of the funding agreement with GYPSD. And again, I think we have an obligation to ensure that things dovetail between the one funding source that we know we have and the contractor. And so it was my intent to do that. If we can do it in another way where administration considers those revisions and is able to proceed without coming back, that might be acceptable, because we're running short of time if we want to get something going in September. But I am reluctant to move forward with the contract terms precisely as they've been presented to us without at least looking at those few revisions that I mentioned earlier. So I might have dealt with it somewhat differently. Just while I have the floor, I will speak to one other item, which is the issue raised by Councillor Demoda. And entrenched or otherwise, I recognize that we had a limited group. We had bare quorum at a previous session, but we did discuss procedural issues. And I know at that time, I made a motion which was carried that we consider revisions to our procurement policy to make more clear how we advertise proposals such as this in the community, because that seemed to be part of the problem. And so that has not yet come back to us, but it's not to say that there were not concerns raised earlier with respect to process. And although not all agreed with that approach, we did deal with it in that sense. And I think it's fair that the record reflect that. In any event, I turn it back to council, recognizing that I think there is some interest, not just from me, but from others, to see some revisions to the terms, but there is also limited time before September if we're going to move forward. This is our last committee of the whole, I think, this month, and there's only one in August, which leaves it late, but there you have it.
Yeah.
Councillor Wilson?
Well, I do totally support the suggestion from Mayor Ireland, although yes, we don't have council committee of the whole meeting in the near future. Maybe I'd look at administration to see if they'd be able to I guess work with the amendment kind of suggested by Mayor Ireland, or yeah, anyway, sorry, I'm just I just don't want to. I'm happy to see some changes in the contract. Do we want to wait 2-3 weeks?
Mr. Given?
Well, if it's helpful to council, we as administration, I imagine that you might want some changes to the contract without or the terms without slowing things down necessarily. That's really the first alternative. Committee direct administration revise identified contract provisions and complete the contract. So if that was, which I think may give an opportunity to do what Councillor Wilson is asking and Mayor Ireland. The terms that I heard an interest in revising were as follows: to ensure that there is alignment between any funding agreements between the municipality and Grand Yellowhead and the service contract with the service provider, and to consider different classes of default, some of which may have greater penalties for the contractor, and to decrease the length of time required for notice of a convenience to 90 days. Well, and while considering an increase in the we could just leave it there. To decrease the notice of convenience time to 90 days. I think that those are the three things that I heard Mayor Ireland talk about. If I've reflected them to council's level of comfort that I heard the right things, I am comfortable that I could go away and negotiate those into a final contract and act on the final contract. The only thing that I might say is that the decrease to 90 days may come with an increased cost. Now, if we are, and it'll be more than $5,000. But I guess it might not be. And I certainly wouldn't want to say that we're willing to accept an increased cost. I think we should just go back and say, no, we want a decreased notice period. And I will do the best that I can if that's the direction that council gave. But if council want to give me direction to complete the contract and revise those specific terms, I could certainly follow up on that.
All right. Thank you for that. And for the most part, I agree with all of your comments, Mr. Given. I think on the change to the cancellation for default, you expressed it as greater penalties for the contractor, but I was thinking more in terms of more immediacy, given the gravity of a potential default. But I think we're on the same page. And with respect to the cancellation for convenience, this is exactly the problem that public bodies have. We have to discuss this in public. So if PW Transit is watching, and they probably are, we've already shot ourselves in the foot, but that's where we're at. And so, yes, I recognize that reducing the cancellation for convenience to 90 days might come with a cost, but that is a cost that is offset against 3 months worth of expenditures as well. So you understand what's at stake. So I'm content to have you bargain in good faith and get the best deal you can. Discussion, Councillor Larson.
I'm sorry, this is an embarrassing question, but I was unclear about the recommendation that committee direct administration to complete the 3-year. So what does complete mean? Does it mean signed, sealed, and delivered, or does it mean complete the process of developing a contract?
Deputy Mayor Kelleher MP, the intention from administration would be for administration to sign, seal, and deliver the contract, complete negotiation of the contract, sign, seal, and deliver the contract in order to start up the service. And that's reflective of a couple of different things. One, that the broad outlines of the service have been previously described to council in the strategy and action plan, that the dollar values in the contractor, the selection of the contractor, were previously discussed and decided by council under the RFP discussion, and that there is an opportunity for the municipality to revise the delivery of the service contemplated within the contract. Like, the contract allows us to change the service. So any service level operational changes that council sees a need to make as we go forward, we have, that potential is built in the contract. So yes, administration is recommending, again, reflective of the amount of time that's left before the start of the school year, that council provide authorization for us to go forward and sign that contract to start the service for this fall.
Okay, discussion. Motion. Councillor Mural.
I just want to say I apologize for using the term entrenched. When it was repeated back to me, it sounded like I was jabbing those who made the decision. That wasn't my intention. I can see how it came across that way, especially with the way I delivered it. So I'm saying sorry to my fellow councillors, including the mayor. And I should have used something, because words do matter, along the lines that I'm sensing that the people that made the decision are still firm in their positions, and that's understandable. So I respect that.
Thank you, Councillor Devoto, for that. Any other discussion? No. Which motion are you?
Yeah,
What
so-
I'm about to, okay.
Can we clarify?
Okay, I was just about to do that. Thank you, Emma. Councillor Wilson, would you like to reread your motion and clarify it for us?
I think it may be best for me to rescind my motion and allow Mayor Ireland to put his motion on the floor, just so it's not a confusing amendment. And
Okay. So we accept the rescindment, and I will hand it over to Mayor Ireland.
That committee direct administration revise identified contract provisions as identified by Mr. Given and complete the contract.
Discussion? All those in favor? For? Those against? Motion is carried. Thank you, Mr. Given. Sorry, we have kept you till 4:40. And we are now on to Connaught Crosswalks, and I'm turning that over to Greg.
Just before we leave it entirely, for the benefit of Councillor Connaught, no apology was required. I said entrenched or otherwise. I am entrenched in a review of our process.
Yeah.
I made a motion earlier. I think our process needs to be readdressed and reconfigured, and I am both firm and entrenched on that position. So you were right to use the word.
Well, I'm still firm and entrenched in my position that had we had a better process, and no offense to administration at all, that's not I think that we might have had a better participation. So that's why it's a chicken and egg thing for me, and maybe a buggy and horse, but I still like, I feel that if one was better addressed, that we would have had a different participation. Thank you.
Councillor Waxer, Connaught Crosswalks.
Thank you. On Canada Day, I volunteered to be part of the traffic control for the parade, and I was stationed by the Via Rail station, and a number of residents and business people who worked in that core saw me there and took the opportunity to speak about their concerns about the safety of the crosswalks, and made suggestions that perhaps the signs could become the type that flashed around the crosswalk sign, given that there's so many crosswalks that people are sometimes blowing through them, and these people indicated they'd seen so many near misses. So I'm bringing that forward. I'm not necessarily suggesting that those suggestions were correct, and worked a little bit on a motion that committee refer the matter of safety concerns on Connaught Crosswalk locations to administration for a report back at a future committee meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Waxer, for bringing that forward. I so agree. I'm down Connaught every day and I see so many near misses. I brought this up before. I feel that we should bring in some solar panels, some flashing lights, especially as you cross towards the train station. Nesters, I see it daily. How somebody is not killed is beyond it. And the other one that is absolutely a crosswalk that needs flashing lights as well is the one down by Mount Robson. Even though we have 30 there, people think as they leave town, they can speed up And when the cars are in the way, you cannot see anybody stepping out there. It is so important for safety. I really think that I look forward to a report coming back on how we can make Connaught as a safer street, because let me tell you, I'm out there daily, a couple of times a day, and I can say very few people are doing 30. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Waxer, for bringing this forward. I absolutely agree, and especially down that Mount Rob scenario with the new bike park there. So on the weekend, I saw a very, very near miss with a small child in a car, because as they come up, it's still 50 until they actually hit the median, and the bike park is past that. I walk my dog there in the morning, and I have a hard time crossing because I have to wait for everyone to go. And I think that, yes, there is a crosswalk further down, but the bike park is right there. I know that would just be like an additional crosswalk. Also down past Nesters, there is no crosswalk past the Crimson. And so I see a lot of people crossing that double lane road without a crosswalk, because the town trail's right across, and
There's a pedestrian crossing there.
where's the left?
Right as you, at the end of, Crimson, just as you come down from the housing.
Yeah, there's one there, but the next one is past the Forest Park. So there could be another one that's built in between those two, because it just seems to be a really big space that there isn't options to cross. But thank you very much, Councillor Waxer, for bringing this forward.
No,
Could I ask, please, Councillor Waxer to just repeat the motion? I just, and this is a question that administration is free to ask for themselves, but I'm just wondering about the clarity of the request to administration.
I'm happy to consider a change, but that committee refer the matter of safety concerns at Connaught Crosswalk locations to administration for a report back at a future committee meeting.
Right, that's broad and general. It's doesn't anticipate any response, but a response focused on safety. Do you intend to include, when you say Connaught, the crossings for the Discovery Trail? So we have one, well, west of the east underpass and west of the west underpass. And I think that's technically Connaught, and those crosswalks are also heavily used and often by bicycles as well, that are less likely to slow down or stop as they're required to do. So I would just like clarity whether those crosswalks are included in your motion.
I'm happy to include them. I think that whole long stretch is a safety concern.
Councillor Damona.
I'm very grateful this is in front of us, because just recently, when I was in a city, just this past weekend, I came to a quick halt when someone pressed a button on a flashing that had a crosswalk that had a flashing mechanism. There was so much going on, and because of the traffic and the visibility of that particular area was kind of confined. I was taken by surprise that someone was actually needing to cross, and I was happy. And what came out of my mouth is, I wish we had more of these in Jasper. So I'm glad this is part of our discussion today. Thank you.
Mr. Given, I believe you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Keller MP. No, I was just going to say that I think the motion is broad enough that it gives administration latitude to come back with a bit of an analysis of the situation, because there are a number of potential solutions and some other considerations that aren't directly crosswalk safety that I think we might raise. But I think the motion is understood and gives us broad latitude to come back to you with an overview of the concern.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? That is carried. And now, Mr. Given, I'm handing it over to you for the activity center renovation update.
Sure, absolutely. Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Kelleher MP. Council, I appreciate that it's late in the day, but we do have some important information to share about the activity center renovation project. I will try to hit the high points and I won't maybe go into as much detail as I would otherwise. But we've hit a significant milestone. Our contractor is going to be on site starting on Monday, the 17th, so next Monday. And they're going to be beginning with demolition, particularly on the west access, the main entrance to the venue. And so people need to know, and council should be aware, that the west access from Bonhomme Street will be temporarily closed to ensure the safety of residents and staff and patrons. We'll be asking everybody to enter the facility from the Commemoration Park entrance. And this includes parents of Wildflowers. All the pickup and drop off will be through alternate access through that east side. The staff at Wildflowers have been preparing parents and families for this for some time, I believe. So this isn't going to come as a surprise, but it will happen quite quickly as construction fencing goes up around that site and we begin demolition. Administration and the contract at this time expect that west access to be fully clothed. I was about to say clothed. Let's all remain fully clothed. Will be fully closed from July to approximately November. And then beginning in November, there will be a portion of that access will be reopened so Wildflowers access can happen again from Bonhomme Street. But so that's the immediate change that people are going to see. Additionally, council and the community should know that we have struck an administrative task force to deal with the operational impacts of the renovation project. We know that there will be many and that they will change over time during the project. So administration is met to discuss how we can prioritize our services to ensure that we have ongoing service, even though there will be some limitations. And we are going to be using actually a modified ICS approach, the same way we do when we have an emergency situation, so we can adapt on an ongoing basis. The group met last week and will meet every week following our meetings with construction managers. So we'll meet with the construction team on Wednesdays. Our operational team will meet on Thursdays, and we'll be adjusting our approaches. At this time, we've established an overarching priority of operations of ensuring ongoing access to local youth. And so I just want to be clear about what that means. It does mean that we're going to look at primary and secondary service priorities. And it does mean that we will have to have some exclusions. I think one of the ones that I'm hearing the most about, and I'm sure council is in the community, is questions around hockey. Dressing rooms will be impacted during the renovation. As that picture becomes clearer, we'll be working with the contractor, but we expect that for the majority of the season, our existing change rooms will be out of commission. And the new change room timeline of when they come on isn't likely to be a big benefit to the majority of the season. So administration, thinking about that overarching priority of ensuring ongoing access for local youth, is prioritizing alternatives so we can support local youth leagues and practices. Our secondary service priority would be adult league and practices. And to be clear, that means that the exclusion is tournaments. As we look at the construction project, we have discussed alternatives that would allow us to provide support for tournaments, but they are very unlikely. Ideas like bringing in APCO trailers to put them on site, which would require heat and permitting, connection to utilities. We're looking at opportunities to provide in-term dressing room space in areas of the facility like the arena. We do not have a detailed plan for that at this time, but we wanted council and the community to understand how we're prioritizing service to ensure that kids in the community can still participate in sports. But we don't want anybody to be under any misimpression that we're going to be able to have a full season of normal operations like we have in the past. We are committed to maintaining open lines of communication with community stakeholders and sports leagues, but we wanted to ensure that council was informed first. We will be providing regular updates on the municipality's website and directly to user groups. And after this discussion with council, our next step is to develop specific strategies and then to go and discuss those strategies with the sport groups so they understand what the season can look like and what is possible. We also understand that tournaments are a big part of the financial sustainability of some organizations. And so administration is aware of that. We haven't solved that yet, but it's something that we want to discuss with the sport organizations. And if we have some solutions or suggestions on that require council direction or decision, we'll bring them forward to you. But I just wanted to make it publicly known that administration is fully aware that some sports teams and sports leagues rely on tournaments to help fund their teams. That isn't something that's gone past our attention. And so we're actively discussing how we might be able to support that. Again, just to come back, starting the 17th, people are going to start to notice changes at the facility, and that starts with access. And administration is working closely with the contractors to plan that. We will be communicating it to the public on an ongoing basis. And through the course of the project, you're going to see changes weekly in some cases. And so administration has set up a special task force in the same way we do with other emergency situations where we need to respond to rapidly changing scenarios. We're going to do the same here with our operational considerations during the construction project. Deputy Mayor Keller MP, that's the update that I wanted to provide at this time. We'll be providing a full post of all this information to the municipality's website, and we'll be reaching out to organized groups directly to discuss it with them.
Questions for Mr. Gibbon? Councillor Demona.
I think I might know the answer to this, and I'm going to give a little preamble just because I asked the questions last week on where we're at with an update, and you said you were meeting with a contractor, and so here we are after that. Some people that represent and or own small businesses in the community have come forward to me and said that to take another blow from perhaps missing tournaments or having a whole winter of missing tournaments would be very detrimental, because since the pandemic we haven't had a solid season without any interruptions, and last year we had the fire obviously, and so there is a bit of a concern. And so the question multiple times have been asked, is there a way, is it too late? Is the horse left the barn and delaying this until springtime? And if that did happen, would that even guarantee us not having any delays for the next season? So if you can chime in on that, would be great. Thank you.
Mr. Gibbon?
Absolutely, Councillor Namoda, through Deputy Mayor Keller MP to you. I appreciate the directness of the question and wanting to get it on the record. And I will say that, yes, absolutely, the horse has left the barn. We have signed contracts, we have ordered equipment, and at this stage, any delay will be significant in the multiple millions of dollars cost to the municipality. So just so that is out clear and in the public domain. So now we're talking about how do we operate in that type of situation, and we're happy to work with partners that have an interest. The municipality is interested in providing supports and working with partners. The service priority that we established was to say, if we had to prioritize all the things, what is the most important thing? And from an administrative perspective, the most important thing is ensuring that Jasper kids get a chance to use their facilities. Beyond that, the things that we would like to be able to do, the nice to haves, would be to allow other kids to come to Jasper to use Jasper facilities. And we appreciate that there's an economic impact to not having that function for this year. But if we start it up next year, it is likely a 10 to 12 month full construction schedule. We are on a 12-month construction schedule for the project. So if we started in the spring of next year, we would still take out a significant chunk of a hockey season. So it is, I appreciate the plain and direct question, and I hope you appreciate the plain and direct answer that the horse has left the barn, and adjusting the timelines would cost the municipality millions of dollars, and still we would end up with impacts to a future hockey season.
Mr. Gibbon, I have a question for you. when we were starting this project, one of the ideas that came forward was that we were going to build a new dressing rooms first. People were going to avail of them. There was going to be no interruption except for kind of start up, take down to the hockey rink. We should be able to operate mostly normal. And then once they were up and running, then we were going to renovate the old dressing rooms. How did that get so changed?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the question. It changed because we brought in an actual contractor who's going to build things, and that's our construction manager. You know, their insight into phasing and our administrative desire to stay as open as possible hits the reality of, when you have people on site and you have interconnected mechanical systems and you have a need to do demolition. Well, I won't just say demolition. When you have a need to bring sub-trades on site to do as much as possible, rather than bringing back the same sub-trade multiple times and the added expense of doing that, it narrowed down to this scenario where we need to prioritize our services and really balance that off with costs. And Councillor Wilson may sort of pick up on this and correct me, from a contracting perspective. But the idea of bringing back a plumbing contractor 2 times on a job 6 months apart is going to be more expensive than having them come up, do all their work once. Same for demolition. If we can have the contractors come in and do all the demolition at the same time, and then do all the rebuilding at the same time, there are cost efficiencies with that. And as we got into the final project scope, the final project budget, and had the contractor actually in position, that's become really clear over the last little while.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just want to clarify, did I hear you say, so tournaments will be off the table for this season, but league play, so the teams that are in leagues will be able to facilitate those games in Jasper?
That Deputy Mayor Keller, MP for Councillor Hall, yes, that's what we're working towards. We're identifying, so not all of the dressing rooms are impacted. I get the numbers wrong, but dressing room 5, the one that's around the corner, is not impacted. So we have that one available. We're going to look to identify how we can establish another dressing room. So we'd have dressing rooms for teams, an additional one for referees. And we're discussing that right now as administration. Again, I don't have a drawing for you at this time. I know that everybody in the community, particularly hockey groups, will want to see the drawing and the layout, but we're working to ensure that as best as possible, we can allow teams to practice, allow visiting teams to come in and play. We will get into challenges, in particular in adult rec league, where we have teams coming in back to back, 2 games back to back will be challenging with the limited number of spaces. But we are working to build some solutions in advance of the hockey season.
Go ahead, Councillor Hall.
And one other question, will the ice still be in at the normal ice time?
The ice is going to be great. And so, well, and that's why we want to ensure that there's still access. We're going to have fantastic ice. The new ice plant will be operating. The north bleachers, I guess, if I can call them that, will still be open and available. It will be the other side above the dressing rooms that won't be. And so we want to make sure that we get as good a use out of that space as we can. And we're working on planning for that over the course of the next couple of weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Given. For questions? Councillor Demoto?
No, I wanted to thank you in your response to my questions earlier, and I appreciate you letting me be direct, and I do appreciate the answer in return. And I will go back with that info with understanding our situation. And I want to commend you on how well you stay abreast of all the information that you have, and the way that you're able to address our questions, particularly with our director of the commission for the time being. So thank you for being so well read into the details of this project.
Deputy Mayor Keller, MP, I just want to say that's because I've got a great team who are on top of it, and I get to hear what they're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to Mr. Given, just in terms of tournaments for some groups, I take it that if a group is aware of the limitations, they could still book a tournament. I mean, we have the ice time. When kids are little, I remember they dressed in a motel room and we drove them to the rink, but their gear all on. If somebody wanted to come to our community, knowing that that was the expectation, could we still accommodate that? Mr. Gibbon?
Deputy Mayor Keller, MP for Mayor Ireland. We're discussing that. I think that we did discuss, whether we could move back to a COVID approach, exactly as you said, with people getting dressed at home, coming to the ice, and that probably works for youth up to a certain age. It is not ideal for larger tournaments where you have 6 or 8 teams all trying to do the same. It would become really challenging. That said, we are also explicitly planning to ensure that we use the multipurpose hall to provide space and elbow room to facilitate any sort of operations. We don't exactly know what that would look like, but that's an asset that we have. The multipurpose hall is not impacted by the renovation, and so we're going to try to use that. The curling rink is an example of how we think we may be able to use a multipurpose hall. Curling, local play will still be possible. We may even be able to hold the curling bonspiel because we have the multipurpose hall. The curling lounge will be out of commission, but we do have the multipurpose hall that we could run a bonspiel and the social events that go with that. So we're looking at how we can make use of the space that we have. On the hockey side, again, just another example, without having specific solutions, we have showers in the basement, and so it is possible for somebody to come and use the showers in the basement, and use that kind of configuration. Is it ideal? Absolutely not. Are we going to try to make the best to get the maximum use out of that ice and the facility as possible? Absolutely, we are.
Yes, sir.
Councillor Jamono?
Well, I'm just wondering if Councillor Hall would volunteer services to be an e-bug. You still have your old hockey goalie equipment there.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Any other questions? Any motion action, this, Mr. Gibbon?
Thank you. I'm just flipping back and forth. Council, I believe that you can see the suggested changes to the motion action list. We itemized a couple of them. The Clean Energy Improvement Program, we've had some changes with obviously our municipal energy manager not being around. That's one resource administratively we didn't have that slowed down this. Additionally, Alberta municipalities who we are consulting with on the draft of the bylaw and the entire program have a significant backlog of other municipalities doing the same thing. So we're sort of in the queue there. So we're suggesting that that's likely a September timeframe. And then the early learning and childcare strategy. We have had some shortage of staff in the childcare area. Also with Director Reed's time away, we're recommending that be deferred to September. And I think there are some newer items added. Like I would suggest that council could delete the UpLift Mural Festival. That was delivered today. Committee has taken some action on that one, so that one actually could be deleted. And the public transit RFP award, the first portion of that has been delivered today. The second portion would come back at a future date. That's all the updates that I had, and I would recommend that council approve the updates to the motion action list as noted.
Councillor, will I need to make a motion to approve the motion action list with the deletions and the updates? Councillor Wilson, thank you. All in favor? Carried. Council meetings upcoming. Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keller, MP. I do have another meeting tonight. It is with the Jasper Yellowhead Historical Society, so that'll occupy the remaining part of the day. And other than that, I have no other meetings.
I do
Until next week.
I do apologize. Yeah, I have a meeting on August 9th. Our meeting for Evergreen was cancelled in July, so we have a Zoom meeting August 9th. Okay. Upcoming events. We have summer break, no council meeting July 23rd or August 1. Public hearing 1:30, August 15th, forum room, Jasper Library and Culture Center, and the public hearing is on the housing and farming corporation. The Jasper Historical Homecoming, August 27th, 29th. The Alberta Tourism Advocacy Summit, September 25th. And Alberta Municipal Convention Trade Show, September 27th in Edmonton. Is there anything that needs to be added? Councillor Wexler.
I understand that the CN is hosting an event, Christmas in July, which is open to the public. And it is July 22nd from noon to 4. And the proceeds of this event, along with a secondary supporting event called Classic Car Show, will be given to the Crisis Mental Health Fund with the Jasper Community Teen Society.
Thank you. 2 items. One, though, is just an information item, not an upcoming event, but I will share with those who perhaps haven't had an opportunity to see that our MLA Martin Long has recently been appointed as chair of a cabinet committee, building communities committee. It includes Minister of Municipal Affairs Rick McIver and the Minister of Tourism and Sport Joseph Shaw. So it's an important new role for our MLA, and one that I've sent him congratulations on already, but I think it could be quite beneficial for our community to have our MLA chairing a committee on which sits the Minister of Municipal Affairs and a minister responsible for tourism. So good news for MLA Long in particular, but good news for Jasper as well. The other upcoming event that is not yet an event, but could be, a visitor from Grand Prairie recently wrote to me to ask whether I was aware that 6015, which has replaced 6060 on Connaught, will be 100 years old on August 19th, and inquired as to whether or not we would be throwing a birthday party for a centenarian. And so I've yet to figure out who might lead that, but if anybody knows who is in charge of, say, either of the Brotherhood locomotive engineers or Teamsters that are the other trades there, either of those unions might be interested, CN might be interested, the Chamber of Commerce might be interested, but collectively we might be able to pull together within a month's time some sort of celebration to recognize that picturesque steam locomotive adorning our main street is 100 years old this year.
Thank you. Anything else? No, I'm called for adjournment. Who would like to make that motion? Thank you, Councillor Wilson. It is 5:14, and I'm happy to say we don't have to have another extension after 5:30.
Yes, we vote on it too.
We have all in favor?
Goodbye.
I just want to thank all of administration, especially Emma and Director Nadon and yourself, Mr. Given. It's been a long meeting today, and I hope you all have a lovely evening. And I'd like to thank the public that have stayed with us all day, and wish them a very nice evening. Thank you all, and we'll see you next week at council meeting at 1:30. You might chat,